Temple of the Winds, The Sword of Truth, Book 4, by Terry Goodkind. Read by Nick Sullivan. This book contains 528 pages. Chapter 1. "Let me kill him," Kara said, her boot strikes sounding like rawhide mallets hammering the polished marble floor. The supple leather boots Kaelin wore beneath her elegant white confessor's dress whispered against the cold stone as she tried to keep pace without letting her legs break into a run. "No!" Kara exhibited no response, keeping her blue eyes ahead to the wide corridor stretching into the distance. A dozen leather and chainmail-clad Daharan soldiers, their unadorned swords sheathed, or crescent-bladed battle-axes hooked on belt-hangers, crossed at an intersection just ahead. Though their weapons weren't drawn, every wooden hilt was gripped in a ready fist as vigilant eyes scrutinized the shadows among the doorways and columns to each side. Their hasty bows toward Kaelin only briefly interrupted their attention to their task.
"We can't just kill him," Kaelin explained. "We need answers."
An eyebrow lifted over one icy blue eye. "Oh, I didn't say he wouldn't give us answers before he dies. He will answer any question you have when I'm finished with him." A mirthless smile ghosted across her flawless face. "That is the job of a Mord Sith, getting people to answer questions." She paused as the smile returned to widen with professional satisfaction. "Before they die." Kaelin heaved a sigh. "Kara, that's no longer your job, your life. Your job now is to protect Richard. That is why you should let me kill him. We should not take a risk by letting this man live. No. We first have to find out what's going on, and we're not going to start out doing it the way you want." Kara's smile, humorless as it was, had vanished again. "As you wish, Mother Confessor." Kaelin wondered how the woman had managed to change into her skin-tight red leather outfit so fast. Whenever there was so much as a whiff of trouble, at least one of the three Mord Sith seemed to materialize out of nowhere in her red leather. Red, as they often pointed out, didn't show blood. "Are you sure he said that, this man? Those were his words?" "Yes, Mother Confessor, his exact words. You should let me kill him before he has a chance to try to bring them to pass." Kaelin ignored the repeated request as they hurried on down the hall. "Where's Richard?" "You wish me to get Lord Ral?" "No. I just want to know where he is in case there's trouble." "I would say that this qualifies as trouble. You said that there must be 200 soldiers holding weapons on him. How much trouble can one man cause with all those swords, axes, and arrows pointed at him?" "My former master, Darken Ral, knew that steel alone could not always ward danger. That is why he had Mord Sith nearby and at the ready. That evil man would kill people without even bothering to determine if they were really a danger to him. Richard isn't like that, and neither am I. You know that if there is a true threat, I'm not shy about eliminating it. But if this man is more than he seems, then why is he so timidly cowering before all that steel? Besides, as a confessor, I am hardly defenseless against threats that steel won't stop. We have to keep our heads. Let's not start leaping to judgments that may be unwarranted. If you don't think he could be trouble, then why am I nearly running to just keep up with you?" Kaelin realized that she was a half a step ahead of the woman. She slowed her pace to a brisk walk. "Because it's Richard we're talking about," she said in a near whisper. Kara smirked. "You're as worried as I." "Of course I am. But for all we know, killing this man, if he is more than he seems, could be springing a snare." "You could be right. But that is the purpose for Mord Sith." "So where is Richard?" Kara gripped the red leather at her wrist and stretched her armor-backed glove tighter onto her hand as she flexed her fist. Her Aegil, an awesome weapon that appeared to be nothing more than a finger-width, foot-long red leather rod, dangled from a fine gold chain at her right wrist, ever at the ready. One just like it, but no weapon in Kaelin's hands, hung on a chain around Kaelin's neck. It had been a gift from Richard, a gift that symbolized the pain and sacrifice they had both endured. "He is out behind the palace in one of the private parks." Kara gestured over her shoulder. "The one that way. Raina and Berdine are with him." Kaelin was relieved to hear that the other two Mord Sith were watching over him. "Something to do with his surprise for me?" "What surprise?" Kaelin smiled. "Surely he's told you, Kara." Kara snatched a glimpse out of the corner of her eye. "Of course he has told me." "Then what is it?" "He also told me not to tell you." Kaelin shrugged. "I won't tell him that you told me." Kara's laugh, like her smile before, bore no humor. Lord Rahl has a peculiar way of finding out things, especially those things you wish him not to know. Kalen knew the truth of that. So what's he doing out there? The muscles in Kara's jaw flexed. Outdoor things. You know Lord Rahl, he likes to do outdoor things. Kalen glanced over to see that Kara's face had turned nearly as red as her leather outfit. What sort of outdoor things? Kara cleared her throat into her armored fist. He is taming chipmunks. He's what? I can't hear you. Kara waved an impatient hand. He said that the chipmunks have come out to test the warming weather. He is taming them. Her cheeks rounded as she huffed. With seeds. Kalen smiled at the thought of Richard, the man she loved, the man who had seized command of Dahara and had much of the Midlands now eating out of his hand, having a fine afternoon teaching chipmunks to eat seeds out of his hand. Well, that sounds innocent enough, feeding seeds to chipmunks. Kara flexed her armored fist again as they swept between two Daharan guards. He is teaching them to eat those seeds, she said through clenched teeth, out of Raina and Berdin's hands. The two of them were giggling. She aimed a mortified expression toward the ceiling as she threw her hands up. Her aegil swung on the gold chain at her wrist. Mord Sith, giggling. Kalen pressed her lips tight, trying to keep from breaking into laughter. Kara pulled her long blonde braid forward over her shoulder, stroking it in a way that provoked in Kalen an unsettling memory of the way Shota, the witch woman, stroked her snakes. Well, Kalen said, trying to cool the other woman's indignation, maybe it's not by their choice. They are bonded to him. Perhaps Richard ordered it, and they're simply obeying him. Kara shot her an incredulous look. Kalen knew that any of the three Mord Sith would defend Richard to the death. They had shown themselves prepared to sacrifice their lives without hesitation. But though they were bonded to him through magic, they disregarded his orders wantonly if they judged them trivial, unimportant, or unwise. Kalen imagined that it was because Richard had given them their freedom from the rigid principles of their profession, and they enjoyed exercising that freedom. Darken Rahl, their former master, Richard's father, would have killed them in a heartbeat had he even suspected that they were considering disobeying his orders, no matter how trivial they were. The sooner you wed Lord Rahl, the better. Then instead of teaching chipmunks to eat out of Mord Sith hands, he will be eating out of yours. Kalen exhaled in a soft, lilting laugh, thinking about being his wife. It wouldn't be long now. Richard will have my hand, but you should know as well as anyone that he will not be eating out of it. And I wouldn't want him to. If you regain your senses, come see me, and I will teach you how. Kara turned her attention to the alert Daharan soldiers. Men-at-arms were rushing everywhere, checking every hall and looking behind every door, no doubt at Kara's insistence. Egan is with Lord Rahl, too. He should be safe while we see to this man. Kalen's mirth withered. How did he get in here, anyway? Did he come in with the petitioners? No. A professional chill settled back into Kara's tone. But I intend to find out. From what I gather, he just walked up to a patrol of guards not far from the council chambers and asked where he could find Lord Rahl, as if just anyone can walk in and ask to see the master of Dahara, as if he was a head butcher that anyone can go to if they want a choice cut of mutton. That's when the guards asked him why he wanted to see Richard? Kara nodded. I think we should kill him. Realization wormed up Kalen's spine in a cold tingle. Kara wasn't simply an aggressive bodyguard, unconcerned about spilling the blood of others. She was afraid. She was afraid for Richard. I want to know how he got in here. He presented himself to a patrol inside the palace. He shouldn't have been able to get inside, wandering around unfettered. What if we have a hitherto unknown breach in security? Wouldn't it be better to find out before another comes without the courtesy of announcing himself? We can find out if you let me do it my way. We don't know enough yet. He could end up dead before we find out anything. Then the danger to Richard could become greater. All right, Kara said with a sigh. We will do it your way, as long as you understand that I have orders to follow. What orders? Lord Rahl told us to protect you as we would protect him. With a toss of her head, Kara flicked her blonde braid back over her shoulder. If you are not careful, Mother Confessor, and needlessly endanger Lord Rahl with your restraint, I will withdraw my permission for Richard to keep you. Kalen laughed. Her laughter died out when Kara didn't so much as smile. She was never entirely sure when the Mord Sith were joking and when they were being deadly serious. "In here," Kaelin said. "It's shorter this way. And besides, I want to see what petitioners are waiting in view of our strange visitor. He could even be a diversion to draw our attention away from someone else, the true threat." Kara's brow twitched as if she had been slighted. "Why do you think I had Petitioner's Hall sealed and ringed with guards?" "You did it surreptitiously, I hope. There's no need to frighten the wits out of innocent petitioners." "I told the officers not to frighten the people in there if they didn't have to, but our first responsibility is to protect Lord Rahl." Kaelin nodded. She couldn't argue with that.
2 heavily muscled guards bowed, along with 20 others nearby, before pulling open the tall brass-bound doors leading to an arcaded passageway.
A stone rail, supported by fat, vase-shaped balusters, ran along the white marble pillars. The barrier, separating the petitioners in the 100-foot-long room from the officials' passageway, was symbolic rather than real. Skylights 30 feet overhead lit the waiting room, but left the length of the passageway to the muted golden light of lamps hung in the peak of each small vault in its ceiling. It was a long-standing custom for people, petitioners, to come to the confessor's palace to seek any number of things, from settlement of disagreements over the rights of peddlers to coveted street corners, to officials of different lands seeking armed intervention in border disputes. Matters that could be handled by city officials were directed to the proper offices. Matters brought by dignitaries of the lands, if those matters were deemed to be important enough, or could be handled in no other way, were taken before the council. Petitioners' Hall was where officers of protocol determined the disposition of requests. When Darken Rahl, Richard's father, had attacked the Midlands, many of the officials in Adendril had been killed. Among them, Saul Witherin, the chief of protocol, along with most of his office. Richard had defeated Darken Rahl, and being the gifted heir, had ascended to Master of Dahara. He had ended the bickering and battling among the lands of the Midlands by demanding their surrender in order to forge them all into a force capable of withstanding the common threat from the old world, from the imperial order. Kaelin found it unsettling to be the Mother Confessor who had reigned over the end of the Midlands as a formal entity, a union of sovereign lands, but she knew that her first responsibility was to the lives of the people, not to tradition. If not stopped, the imperial order would cast the world into slavery, and the people of the Midlands would be its chattel. Richard had accomplished what his father could not, but did so for entirely different reasons. She loved Richard, and knew his benevolent intent in seizing power. Soon they would be wedded, and their marriage would unite the Midlands and Dahara in peace and unity for all time. More than that, though, it would be a personal fulfillment of their love and deepest desire, to be one. Kaelin missed Saul Witherin. He had been a capable aide. With the council now dead too, and the Midlands now a part of Dahara, matters of protocol were in disarray. A few frustrated Daharan officers were standing at the railing attempting to minister to the petitioner's needs. As she entered, Kaelin's gaze swept the waiting crowd, analyzing the nature of problems brought to the palace this day. By their dress, most appeared to be people from the surrounding city of Adendril, laborers, shopkeepers, and merchants. She saw a knot of children she knew from the day before, when Richard had taken her to watch them playing a game of Jala. It was the first time she had seen the fast-paced game, and it had been an entertaining diversion for a couple of hours to watch children play and laugh. The children probably wanted Richard to come watch another game. He had been an ardent supporter of each team. Even if he had picked one team to cheer over the other, Kaelin doubted it would have made any difference. Children were drawn to Richard, seeming to instinctively sense his kind heart. Kaelin recognized several diplomats from a few of the smaller lands, who she hoped had come to accept Richard's offer of a peaceful surrender and union into Daharan rule. She knew the leaders of those lands and was expecting them to heed her urging to join with them in the cause of freedom. She recognized, too, a group of diplomats from some of the larger lands that had standing armies. They had been expected, and later that day Richard and Kaelin were to meet with them, along with any other newly arrived representatives, to hear their decision. She wished Richard would find himself something more suitable to wear. His wood clothes had served him well, but he now needed to present a more fitting image of the position he found himself in. He was so much more than a woods guide now. Having served nearly her whole life as a person of authority, Kalen knew that it often smoothed matters of leadership if you matched people's expectations. Kalen doubted people who needed a woods guide would have followed Richard if he hadn't dressed for the woods. In a way, Richard was their guide in this treacherous new world of untested allegiances and new enemies. He often asked her advice. She was going to have to talk to him about his clothes. When the people assembled saw the Mother Confessor striding into the passageway, conversation stilled, and they began going to a knee in deep bows. Despite the fact that she was of an unprecedentedly young age for the post, there was no one of higher authority in the Midlands than the Mother Confessor. The Mother Confessor was the Mother Confessor, no matter the face of the woman who held the office. People bowed not so much to the woman as to that ancient authority. Matters of confessors were an enigma to most people of the Midlands. Confessors chose the Mother Confessor. To confessors, age was of secondary consideration. Though she was chosen to preserve the freedoms and rights of the people of the Midlands, people rarely saw it in those terms. To most, a ruler was a ruler. Some were good, some were bad. As the ruler of rulers, the Mother Confessor encouraged the good and suppressed the bad. If a ruler proved bad enough, it was within her power to eliminate them. That was the ultimate purpose of a Mother Confessor. To most people, though, such far-removed matters of governance simply seemed the squabbling of rulers. In the sudden silence that filled Petitioner's Hall, Kalen paused to acknowledge the gathered visitors. A young woman standing against the far wall watched as all those around her fell to one knee. She glanced in Kalen's direction, back to those kneeling, and then followed suit. Kalen's brow tightened. In the Midlands, the length of a woman's hair denoted her power in standing. Matters of power, no matter how trivial they might seem on the surface, were taken seriously in the Midlands. Not even a queen's hair was allowed to be as long as a confessor's, and no confessor's hair was as long as that of the Mother Confessor. This woman had a thick mass of brown hair close to the length of Kalen's. Kalen knew nearly every person of high rank in the Midlands. It was her duty, and she took it seriously. A woman with hair that long was obviously a person of high standing, but Kalen didn't recognize her. There was likely to be no man or woman in the entire city other than Kalen who would outrank the woman if she was in fact from the Midlands. "Rise, my children," Kalen said in formal response to the tops of the waiting bowed heads. Dresses and coats rustled as everyone began coming to their feet, most keeping their eyes to the floor out of respect or needless fear. The woman rose to her feet, twisting a simply made kerchief in her fingers, watching those around her. She turned her brown eyes to the floor, as most of the others were. "Kara," Kalen whispered, "could that woman there with the long hair be from Dahara?" Kara had been watching her, too. She had learned some of the customs of the Midlands. Though Kara's long blonde hair was about the length of Kalen's, she was Daharan. They didn't live by the same customs. "Her nose is too cute to be Daharan. I'm serious. Do you think she could be Daharan?" Kara studied the woman a moment longer. "I doubt it. Daharan women don't wear flower print dresses, nor are the dresses they do wear of that cut. But clothes can be changed to fit the occasion, or to fit in with local people." The dress didn't really fit the local dress of Aidendrill, but it might not be so out of place in other more remote areas of the Midlands. Kalen nodded and turned to a waiting captain, motioning him over. He leaned his head close as she spoke in a low tone. "There is a woman with long brown hair standing against the wall in the back over my left shoulder. Do you see who I'm talking about?" "The pretty one in the blue kirtle?" "Yes. Do you know why she's here?" "She said she wished to speak with Lord Rawle." Kalen's brow drew tighter. She noticed that Kara's did too. "What about?" "She said that she's looking for a man. Sai something. I didn't recognize his name. She said he's been missing since last autumn, and she was told that Lord Rawle would be able to help her." "Is that right?" Kalen said. "And did she say what business she has with this missing man?" The captain glanced to the woman and then brushed his sandy hair back from his forehead. "She said that she's to marry him." Kalen nodded. "It could be that she's a dignitary, but if she is, I'm embarrassed to admit that I don't know her name." The captain glanced at a tattered list with scribbles all over it. He turned the paper and scanned the other side until he found what he was looking for. "She said her name was Nadine. She gave no title." "Well, Please see to it that Lady Nadine is taken to a private waiting room where she will be comfortable. Tell her that I will come speak with her and see if I can help. Have dinner brought to her, along with anything else she might require. Give her my apology and tell her that I have something of vital importance that I must attend to first, but I will come see her as soon as I am able, and that I wish to do what I can to help her." Calen could understand the woman's distress if she really was separated from her love and was searching for him. Calen had been in that situation herself and knew well the anguish. "I'll see to it at once, Mother Confessor." "One other thing, Captain." Calen watched the woman twisting her kerchief. "Tell Lady Nadine that there is trouble about." "What with the war with the old world?" "And that for her own safety we must insist that she remain in the room until I can come to speak with her. Post a heavy guard outside the room. Place archers at a safe distance down the hall to either side of the door. If she comes out, insist that she must return to the room at once and wait. If you must, tell her that it is by my command. If she still tries to leave," Calen looked into the captain's waiting blue eyes, "kill her." The captain bowed as Calen swept on through the passageway, Kara right at her heels. "Well, well," Kara said, once outside Petitioner's Hall. "At last the Mother Confessor comes to her senses. I knew I had a good reason for allowing Lord Rahl to keep you. You will make him a worthy wife." Calen turned down the corridor toward the room where guards held the man. "I haven't changed my mind about anything, Kara. Considering our strange visitor, I'm giving Lady Nadine every chance to live, every chance I can afford to give, but you're mistaken if you think I'll balk at doing whatever it takes to protect Richard. Besides, being the man I love more than life itself, Richard is a man of vital importance to the freedom of the people of both Dahara and the Midlands. There's no telling what the Imperial Order would try in order to get to him." Kara smiled sincerely this time. "I know he loves you the same. That's why I don't like you going to see this man. Lord Rahl may separate me from my hide if he thinks I allowed you near danger. Richard is born with the gift. I, too, have been born with magic. Dark and Rahl sent quads to kill the confessors because there is little danger to a confessor from one man." Calen felt the familiar yet distant anguish of their deaths. Distant because it seemed so long ago, though it had been hardly a year. For months in the beginning, she had felt as if she should be dead along with her sister confessors, and that she had somehow betrayed them by escaping all the traps laid for her. Now she was the last. With a flick of her wrist, Kara snapped her Aegil into her fist. "Even a man like Lord Rahl, born with the gift? Even a wizard?" "Even a wizard, and even if, unlike Richard, he knows how to use his power. I not only know how to use mine, I am very experienced at it. I long ago lost count of the number." As Calen's words trailed off, Kara considered her Aegil, rolling it in her fingers. "I guess there is even less than little danger with me there." When they reached the richly carpeted and paneled corridor they were seeking, it was thick with soldiers and bristling with steel from swords, axes, and pikes. The man was being held in a small, elegant reading room close to the rather simple one Richard liked to use for meeting with officers, and for studying the journal he had found in the Wizard's Keep. The soldiers hadn't want to risk an escape attempt, and had simply stuffed the man in the room nearest to the spot they found him, pinning him down until it could be decided what was to be done. Calen gently took the elbow of a soldier to urge him back out of the way. The muscles of his bare arm felt as hard as iron. His pike, pointed toward the closed door, could hardly have been more steady had it been embedded in granite. There had to be 50 pikes likewise aimed at the silent door. More men gripping swords or axes, hunkered beneath the pike points. The guard turned as Calen tugged on his arm. "Let me through, soldier." The man gave way. Others glanced back and began moving aside. Kara shouldered her way ahead of Calen, pushing men out of the way. They did so reluctantly, not out of disrespect, but out of concern for the danger that waited beyond the door. Even as they moved aside, they kept their weapons pointed toward the thick oak door. Inside the windowless, dimly lit room smelled of leather and sweat. A lanky man squatted on the edge of an embroidered footstool. He seemed too spare, should he make the wrong move, to permit all the steel aimed at him to find a virgin patch to penetrate. His young eyes dithered among the steel and grim glares until he caught sight of Calen's approaching white dress. His tongue darted out to wet his lips as he looked up expectantly. When the burly soldiers in leather and chain behind him saw Kalin and Kara forcing their way into the room, one of them landed the side of his boot on the small of the young man's back, pitching him forward. "Kneel, you filthy cur!" The young man, dressed in an outsized soldier's uniform that looked to have been scrounged together from dissimilar sources, peered up at Kalin, then over his shoulder at the man who had kicked him. He ducked his head of disheveled dark hair and shielded it with a gangly arm, expecting a blow. "That's enough," Kalin said, in a quietly authoritative tone. "Kara and I wish to speak with him. All of you. Wait outside, please." The soldiers balked, reluctant to lift a weapon from the young man cowering on the floor. "You heard her," Kara said. "Out." "But," an officer began, "you doubt that Imord Sith is capable of handling this one scrawny man. Now go wait outside." Kalin was surprised that Kara hadn't raised her voice. Mord Sith didn't have to raise their voices to get people to follow their orders, but still it surprised her, considering Kara's nervousness over the young man before them. The men began withdrawing, turning sideways to eye the intruder on the floor as they filed out the door. The knuckles of the officer's fist around his sword hilt were white. As he backed out last, he gently closed the door with his other hand. The young man looked up from under his arm to the two women standing 3 strides away. "Are you going to have me killed?" Kalin didn't answer the question directly. "We have come to talk with you. I am Kalin Amnel, the Mother Confessor." "Mother Confessor?" He straightened on his knees. A boyish grin swept onto his face. "Why, you're beautiful. I never expected you to be so beautiful." He put a hand to a knee and began to rise. Kara's Agil was instantly at the ready. "Stay where you are." He froze, staring at the red Agil before his face, and then lowered the knee back onto the fringe of the crimson carpet. Lamps on the fluted mahogany pilasters supporting shallow pediments over bookcases to each side of the room cast flickering light across his bony face. He was hardly more than a boy. "Can I have my weapons back, please? I need my sword. If I can't have that, then I'd like my knife at least." Kara heaved an irritated sigh, but Kalin spoke first. "You are in a very precarious position, young man. None of us is in the mood to be indulgent if this is some kind of prank." He nodded earnestly. "I understand. I'm not playing a game, I swear." "Then tell me what you said to the soldiers." His grin returned as he lifted a hand, gesturing casually toward the door. "Well, like I was telling those men when I was..." Fists at her side, Kalin advanced a stride. "I told you this is no game. You're only alive by my grace. I want to know what you're doing here, and I want to know right now. Tell me what you said." The young man blinked. "I'm an assassin sent by Emperor Jagang. I'm here to kill Richard Rahl. Can you direct me to him, please?" Chapter 2. "Now," Kara said in a dangerous voice, "can I kill him?" The incongruous nature of this harmless-looking, skinny young man kneeling, seemingly helpless, in enemy territory, surrounded by hundreds, thousands of brutish Daharan soldiers, saying so openly and confidently that he intended to assassinate Richard, had Kalin's heart hammering against her ribs. No one was this foolish. She realized only after the fact that she had retreated a step. She ignored Kara's question and kept her attention riveted on the young man. "And just how do you think you could accomplish such a task?" "Well," he said in an offhanded manner as he exhaled, "I had designs on using my sword, or if I must, my knife." His smile returned, but it was no longer boyish. His eyes had taken on a steely set that belied his young face. "That's why I need them back, you see." "You'll not be getting your weapons back." Disdain powered the dismissive shrug of his shoulders. "No matter. I have other ways to kill him." "You'll not be killing Richard. You have my word on that. Your only hope now is to cooperate and tell us everything of your plan. How did you get in here?" His smirk mocked her. "Walked. Walked right in. No one paid me any mind. They're not too smart, your men." "They're smart enough to have you under their swords," Kara pointed out. He ignored her. His eyes remained locked on Kalin's. "And if we don't let you have your sword and knife back," she asked, "then what?" "Then things will get messy. Richard Rahl will only suffer greatly. That's why Emperor Jagang sent me, to offer him the mercy of a quick death. The Emperor is a man of compassion and wishes to avoid any undue suffering. He is basically a man of peace, the dream walker, but also one of iron determination. I'm afraid I'll have to be killing you too, Mother Confessor, to spare you the suffering of what's to come if you resist. I have to admit, though, that I don't like the idea of killing such a beautiful woman. The grin widened. Rather a waste. Kalen found his confidence grating. To hear him claim that the Dreamwalker was compassionate turned her stomach. She knew better. What suffering? He spread his hands. I am but a grain of sand. The Emperor does not share his plans with me. I am but simply sent to do his bidding. His bidding is that you and Richard are to be eliminated. If you don't let me kill him mercifully, then Richard will be destroyed. I'm told that it won't be pleasant, so why don't you just let me get it over with? You must be dreaming, Kara said. His gaze shifted to the moored Sith. Dreaming? Maybe you're dreaming. Maybe I'm your worst nightmare. I don't have nightmares, Kara said. I give them. Really? He taunted. In that ridiculous outfit? What are you pretending to be, anyway? Maybe you're dressed like that to scare the birds away from the spring planting? Kalen realized that the man didn't know what a moored Sith was, but she wondered how she could ever have thought he looked hardly more than a boy. His demeanor was one of age and experience. This was no boy. The air crackled with peril. Remarkably, Kara only smiled. Kalen's breathing stilled when she realized the man was standing, and she couldn't recall seeing him come to his feet. His gaze shifted, and one of the lamps went dark. The remaining lamp cast harsh, flickering light against one side of his face, letting the other side hide in shadow. But for Kalen, that act had brought his nature, his true threat, out of the shadows. This man commanded the gift. Her resolve to spare a possible innocent, unnecessary violence evaporated with the heat of need to protect Richard. This man had been given a chance. Now he was going to confess all he knew. He was going to confess it to a confessor. She had but to touch him, and it would be over. Kalen had walked among the thousands of corpses of innocent people slaughtered by the Order. When she had seen the women and children in Ebenesia, butchered at Jagang's command, she had sworn undying vengeance against the Imperial Order. This man had proven himself to be part of the Imperial Order and the enemy of free people. He did the Dream Walker's bidding. She focused on the familiar flush of magic deep within herself, always at the ready. A confessor's magic wasn't released so much as her restraint on it was simply withdrawn. The act was faster even than thought. It was the lightning of instinct. No confessor enjoyed using her power to destroy a person's mind. But unlike some confessors, Kalen didn't hate what she did, what she was born to. It was simply part of who she was. She didn't maliciously use what she was given, but used her magic to protect others. She was at peace with herself, with what she was and what she could do. Richard was the first to see her for herself and care about her despite her power. He didn't irrationally fear the unknown, fear what she was. Instead, he had come to know her and to love her, confessor's power and all. For that reason only, he could be with her without her power destroying him when they shared their love. She intended to use that power now to protect Richard, and for that reason it was as close as she ever came to valuing her ability. She had but to touch this man and the threat would be eliminated. Retribution was at hand for a willing minion of Emperor Jagang. Keeping her gaze firmly fixed on the man, Kalen held up an admonishing finger to Kara. He's mine. Leave this to me. But when his squinting gaze sought the remaining lamp, Kara swept between them. The air cracked as she backhanded him with her armored glove. Kalen nearly screamed in rage at the interference. Sprawled across the carpet, the man sat up, looking genuinely surprised. Blood ran down his chin from a split in his lower lip. His look changed to genuine displeasure. Kara towered over him. What is your name? Kalen couldn't believe that Kara, who had always... He rolled away from her and into a crouch. His eyes were on Kalen, but he spoke to Kara. I don't have time for court buffoons. With a smile, his gaze flicked to the lamp. The room plunged into darkness. Kalen dove for the spot on the floor where he hunkered. She had but to touch him, and it would be over. She caught only air before hitting the empty floor. In the pitch black, she wasn't sure which way he had darted. She snatched wildly, trying to net a part of him. She needed but to touch him, and even his thick clothes wouldn't protect him. She seized an arm, and only an instant before releasing her power realized that it was the leather Kara wore. "Where are you?" Kara growled. "You can't get away. Give it up." Kalen scrambled across the carpet. Power or not, they needed light, or they were going to be in a great deal of trouble. She found the bookcase against the wall and felt along its lower ledge until she saw a faint sliver of light coming from beneath the door. Men were banging on the other side, calling out, wanting to know if there was trouble. Her fingers skimmed up the edge of the molded stile of the door toward the handle as she lurched to her feet. She stepped on the hem of her dress and tripped, stumbling forward, landing on her elbows with a bone-jarring thud. Something heavy smashed into the door where she had almost stood a moment before and crashed down onto her back. The man laughed in the darkness. As she flailed to shove the thing off, her arms whacked painfully against the sharp edges of the stretcher bars of a chair's legs. She grappled an upholstered armrest and rolled the chair off to the side. Kalen heard the air driven from Kara's lungs with a grunt as she slammed into a bookcase on the other side of the room. The man on the other side of the door pounded into it, trying to break it down. The door wasn't budging. As books across the room were still tumbling and thudding to the floor, Kalen sprang up and groped for the handle. Her knuckles struck the cold metal of the lever. She slapped her hand over it. With a shriek, she was thrown back from a sudden flash and landed on her bottom. Like sparks from a flaming log struck with a poker, a shower of flashes from the handle filled the air. Her fingers stung and tingled from touching the shield. Small wonder the men couldn't open the door. As she regained her feet, recovering from the shock, Kalen could see again by the flickering sparkles of light that still slowly drifted toward the floor. Suddenly, Kara could see too. She snatched a book and flung it at the man near the center of the small room. He ducked into a squat. Quick as a slap, Kara spun, catching him off guard. The air resounded with a hard thud as her boot nailed his jaw. The blow drove him backward. Kalen took aim to leap for him before all the sparks extinguished and it went dark again. "You die first," he railed in rage at Kara. "I'll have no more of your trifling interference. You'll taste my power." The air at his fingertips lit with glimmering flashes as he leveled his full attention on Kara. Kalen had to deal with the threat now, before anything else went wrong. But before she could leap for him, his curled fingers twitched up. With a contemptuous sneer, he thrust one hand toward Kara. Kalen expected Kara to be the one on the floor next. Instead, the young man crumpled with a cry. He tried to stand, but collapsed with a shriek, hugging himself as if he had been stabbed in the gut. The room went black again. Kalen reached for the door lever, taking a chance that whatever Kara had done to him had broken his shield. Wincing against the pain she feared might still be waiting, she seized the handle. The shield was gone. Relieved, she twisted the lever and yanked the door open. Light from behind the crowd of soldiers pierced into the dark room. Confounded faces peered in. Kalen didn't need a room full of men getting themselves killed while trying to save her from things they didn't understand. She shoved the closest man back. "He has the gift! Stay out!" She knew that Daharans feared magic. They depended on the Lord Rahl to fight magic. They were the steel against steel, they often said, and Lord Rahl was supposed to be the magic against magic. "Give me a lamp." Men to each side simultaneously snatched lamps from brackets beside the door and held them out. Kalen grabbed one and kicked the door shut as she turned back to the room. She didn't want a pack of muscle-bound, weapon-wielding men to get in her way. In the wavering glow from the lamp, Kalen saw Kara squat down on the crimson carpet beside the man. He clutched his arms across his abdomen as he vomited blood. Her red leather outfit creaked as she rested her forearms on her knees. She was rolling her agile in her fingers, waiting. Once his retching had ceased, Kara snatched a fistful of his hair. Her long blonde braid slid across the back of her broad shoulders as she leaned closer. "That was a big mistake. A very big mistake," she said with silky satisfaction. "You should never have tried to use your magic against a Mord Sith. You had it right for a moment, but then you let me make you angry enough to use your magic. Who's the fool now?" "What's a Mord Sith?" he managed between gasps. Kara twisted his head upward until he cried out. "Your worst nightmare. The purpose of a Mord Sith is to eliminate threats like you. I now command your magic. It's mine to use, and you, my pet, are helpless to do anything about it, as you will soon learn. You should have tried to strangle me or beat me to death or to run, but you should never, ever have tried to use magic against me. Once you use your magic against a Mord Sith, it's hers." Calen stood transfixed. That was what a Mord Sith had done to Richard. That was how he had been captured. Kara pressed her Aegil against the man's ribs. He shivered as he screamed. Blood soaked through his tunic in a spreading stain. "Now, when I ask a question," she said in a quiet, authoritative tone, "I expect an answer. Do you understand?" He remained silent. She twisted the Aegil. Calen winced when she heard his rib pop. He flinched and gasped, holding his breath, unable to scream. Calen felt as if she were frozen in place, unable to move a muscle. Richard had told her that Denna, the Mord Sith who had captured him, had liked to crack his ribs. It made each breath agony and screaming, which she soon provoked, excruciating torture. It also left the victim that much more helpless. Kara rose. "Stand." The man staggered to his feet. "You are about to find out why I wear blood-red leather." Unleashing a mighty swing, launched with an angry cry, Kara clouted his face with her armored fist. As he went down, blood sprayed across the bookcase. As soon as he hit the floor, she straddled him, a boot to each side of his hips. "I can see what you're envisioning," Kara told him. "I saw the vision of what you want to do to me, naughty boy." She stomped a boot down on his sternum. "That was the least of what you will suffer for that thought. You had better learn real fast to keep ideas of resistance out of your mind. Got it?" She bent and drove her Aegil into his gut. "Got it?" His scream sent a shiver up Calen's spine. She was sickened by what she was watching, having once felt the profoundly painful touch of an Aegil, but worse, knowing that this was what had been done to Richard, and yet she didn't make a move to stop it. She had offered this man mercy. If he had had his way, he would have killed Richard. He had promised to kill her, too, but it was that threat against Richard that kept her silent and prevented her from stopping Kara. "Now," Kara said with a sneer. She jabbed her Aegil against his cracked rib. "What is your name?" "Marlin Pickard." He tried to blink away the tears. A sheen of sweat covered his face. Blood frothed at his mouth as he panted. She pressed her Aegil against his groin. Marlin's feet kicked out helplessly as he wailed. "The next time I ask a question, don't make me wait for an answer, and you will address me as Mistress Kara." "Kara," Calen said in a quiet tone, still seeing the vision of Richard in place of the man. "There is no need to—" Kara looked over her shoulder, glaring with cold blue eyes. Calen turned away and with trembling fingers wiped a tear as it rolled down her cheek. She lifted the glass chimney of the lamp on the wall and used the one she held to light it. When the wick took to flame, she set her lamp down on a side table and replaced its chimney. It was frightening to see the cold look in those Mord Sith eyes. Her heart pounded at the thought of how many weeks Richard had seen only cold eyes like that, looking back as he begged for mercy. Calen turned back to the pair. "We need answers, nothing more." "I'm getting answers." Calen nodded. "I understand, but we don't need the screams along with them. We don't torture people." "Torture? I have not yet even begun to torture him." Kara straightened, casting a glance to the shivering man at her feet. "And if he had managed to kill Lord Rahl first, would you wish me to leave him be then?" "Yes." Calen met the woman's eyes. "And then I would have done worse to him myself. Worse than you could even conceive of. But he didn't hurt Richard." A cunning smile curled the corners of Kara's mouth. "He intended it. The canon of the spirits says that intent is guilt. Failure to successfully carry out the intent does not absolve the guilt. The spirits also mark a distinction between intent and deed. It was my intent to take care of him in my way. Was it your intent to disobey my direct order?" Kara flicked her blonde braid back over her shoulder. "It was my intent to protect you and Lord Rahl. I have succeeded. I told you to let me handle it. Hesitation can be the end of you, or those you care about." A haunted look passed across Kara's face. Iron quickly repossessed her countenance. "I have learned never to hesitate." "Is that why you were provoking him? To get him to attack you with his magic?"
With the heel of her hand, Kara wiped the blood from a deep cut on her cheek, a cut Marlin had given her when he had struck her and slammed her into the bookcase. She stepped closer. Yes. She took a long lick of the blood from her hand while watching Kalen's eyes. A Maud Sith can't take a person's magic unless they attack us with it. I thought you feared magic. Kara tugged the sleeve of her leather, straightening it down her arm. We do, unless it is specifically used by the one who commands it to attack us. Then it's ours. You always claim not to know anything about magic, and yet now you command his? You can use his magic? Kara glanced down at the man groaning on the floor. No, I can't use it like he uses it, but I can turn it against him, hurt him with his own magic. Her brow twitched. Sometimes we feel a bit of it, but we don't understand it the way Lord Rahl understands it, and so we can't use it, except to give them pain. Kalen couldn't reconcile such contradictions. How? She was struck by how much Kara's emotionless expression was like a confessor's face, the face Kalen's mother had taught her, showing nothing of the inner feelings about what had to be done. Our minds are linked, Kara explained. Through the magic, so I can see what he's thinking when he is thinking of hurting me or fighting back or disobeying my orders, because it contradicts my wishes. Since we are linked to their minds through their magic, our will to hurt them makes it happen. She looked down at Marlin. He suddenly cried out anew in agony. See? I see. Now stop it. If he refuses to give us answers, then you can do what it takes, but I won't sanction doing anything that isn't required to protect Richard. Kalen looked up from Marlin's torment to Kara's cold blue eyes. She spoke before she thought. Did you know Denna? Everyone knew Denna. And was she as good at torturing people as you? Me? Kara said with a laugh. No one was as good at it as Denna. That's why she was Darken Rahl's favorite. I could hardly believe the things she could do to a man. Why, she could... With a glance at the Aegil hanging at Kalen's neck, Denna's Aegil, Kara suddenly caught the meaning behind Kalen's questions. That was in the past. We were bonded to Darken Rahl. We did as we were commanded. We are bonded to Richard now. We would never hurt him. We would die to keep anyone from hurting Lord Rahl. Her tone lowered to a whisper. Lord Rahl not only killed Denna, but he also forgave her for what she did to him. Kalen nodded. So he did. But I have not. Though I understand how she did as she was trained and commanded, and her spirit had been a comfort and an aid to both of us, and I appreciate the sacrifices she has since made on our behalf. In my heart, I can't forgive her for the horrifying things she did to the man I love. Kara studied Kalen's eyes a long moment. I understand. If you ever hurt Lord Rahl, I would never forgive you either, nor would I ever grant you mercy. Kalen held the woman's gaze. Likewise. It is said that for a Maud Sith, there is no worse death to be had than by the touch of a confessor. A slow smile came to Kara's lips. So I have been told. It's fortunate we're on the same side. As I've said, there are things I can't forgive. I love Richard more than life itself. Every Maud Sith knows that the worst pain comes from one you love. Richard need never fear that pain. Kara seemed to consider her words carefully. Darken Rahl never had to fear that kind of pain. He never loved the woman. Lord Rahl does. I have noticed that where love is concerned, things sometimes have a way of changing. So that was the heart of the matter. Kara, I could no more hurt Richard than could you. I would lay down my life first. I love him. As do I, Kara said, in a different way, but with no less ferocity. Lord Rahl freed us. In his place, anyone else would have had every Maud Sith put to death. He instead has given us a chance to live up to his expectations. Kara shifted her weight to her other foot as her eyes withdrew their cold assessment. Perhaps Richard is the only one of us to understand the Good Spirit's principles. That we can't truly love until we forgive another their worst crimes against us. Kalen felt her face flush at Kara's words. She never thought of a Maud Sith as having such depth of understanding in matters of compassion. Was Denna a friend? Kara nodded. And has your heart forgiven Richard for killing her? Yes, but that's different, Kara admitted. I understand the way you feel about Denna. I don't blame you.
In your place, I would feel the same.
Kalin stared off.
When I told Denna, her spirit, that I couldn't forgive her, she said that she understood, and that the only forgiveness she needed had already been granted. She told me that she loved Richard, that even in death she loved him. Just as Richard had seen in Kalin the woman behind the magic, he had seen in Denna the person behind the fearsome persona of a Mord Sith. Kalin could understand Denna's feelings at having someone finally see her for herself. Perhaps the forgiveness of one you love is the only thing in life that really matters, the only thing that can truly heal your heart, heal your soul. Kalin watched her finger as she traced the scoop of a curled leaf carved in the banding of the tabletop. But I could never forgive anyone who hurt him. And have you forgiven me? Kalin looked up. For what? Kara's fist tightened on her Aegil. Kalin knew that it hurt a Mord Sith to hold her Aegil in her hand, part of the paradox of being a giver of pain. For being Mord Sith. Why should I have to forgive you that? Kara looked away. Because if Darken Rahl had commanded me instead of Denna to take Richard, I would have been as merciless as she, as would Berdine or Raina or any of the rest. I told you the spirits mark a distinction between the might have been and the deed. So do I. You cannot be held responsible for what others have done to you any more than I can be held answerable because I was born a confessor, and no more than Richard can be held guilty because that murderous Darken Rahl fathered him. Still, Kara didn't look up. But will you ever truly trust us? You have already proven yourself in Richard's eyes, and in mine. You are not Denna, nor responsible for her choices. With a thumb, Kalin wiped oozing blood from Kara's cheek. Kara, if I didn't trust you, all of you, would I allow Berdine and Raina, two of you, to be alone with Richard right now? Kara glanced again to Denna's Aegil. In the battle with the blood of the fold, I saw the way you fought to protect Lord Rahl, as well as the people of the city. To be Mord Sith is to understand that you must sometimes be merciless. Though you are not Mord Sith, I have seen that you understand this. You are a worthy guardian to Lord Rahl. You are the only woman I know worthy of wearing an Aegil. Though to you that may sound reprehensible, in my eyes, it is an honor that you wear an Aegil. Its ultimate purpose is to protect our master. Kalin offered a sincere smile, understanding Kara just a little bit better than she had before. She wondered what the woman behind the appellation had been like before she was captured and trained to become a Mord Sith. Richard had told her that it was a horror far beyond anything that had been done to him. In my eyes, too, because Richard gave it to me. I am his protector, as are you. In that way, we are sisters of the Aegil. Kara smiled her approval. Does this mean that you'll follow our orders for a change? Kalin asked. We always follow your orders. With a wry smile, Kalin shook her head. Kara nodded toward the man on the floor. He will answer your questions, as I promised you before, Mother Confessor. I won't practice my skills on him any more than is necessary. Kalin squeezed Kara's arm in sorrow and sympathy for the warped role the woman's life had been twisted into by others. Thank you, Kara. Kalin turned her attention to Marlin and the problem at hand. Let's try it again. What were your plans? He glared up at her. Kara shoved him with a foot. You answer truthfully, or I'll start finding some nice, tender places for my Aegil. Understand? Yes. Kara squatted down, fanning her Aegil before his face. Yes, Mistress Kara. The sudden threat in her tone seemed to annul everything she had just said. It frightened even Kalin. Wide-eyed, he swallowed. Yes, Mistress Kara. That's better. Now, answer the Mother Confessor's question. My plans were, as I told you, to kill Richard Rahl and you. How long ago did Jagang give you these orders? Nearly 2 weeks. Well, there was that. It could be that Jagang had been killed at the Palace of the Prophets when Richard destroyed it. That was what they had been hoping anyway. Perhaps he had given the orders before he was killed. What else? Kalin asked. Nothing else. I was to use my talent to get in here and kill the both of you, that's all. Kara landed a kick on his cracked rib. Don't lie to us! Kalin gently pushed Kara back and knelt beside the choking, gasping young man. Marlin, don't mistake my distaste for torture as a lack of resolve. If you don't start telling me what I want to know, she whispered,
I'm going to go for a long walk, and then to dinner, and I'm going to leave you in here all alone with Kara. Crazy as she is, I'll leave you alone with her. And then when I come back, if you still think to hold out on me, I'm going to use my power on you. And you can't even imagine how much worse that will be. Kara can't even come close to what I can do. She can use your magic and your mind. I can destroy it. Is that what you want?" He shook his head as he clutched his ribs. "Please," he begged, tears welling up again. "Don't. I'll answer your questions. But I don't really know anything. Emperor Jagang comes to me in my dreams and tells me what to do. I know the cost of failure. I do as I'm told." He paused to gasp a sob. "He told me to come here and kill you both. He told me to find a soldier's uniform and weapons, and to come kill you both. He uses wizards and sorceresses to do his bidding." Kalen stood, puzzling over Marlin's words. He seemed to have reverted to being hardly more than a boy. Something was missing, but she couldn't imagine what it could be. It made no sense on the surface, Jagang sending an assassin, but something deeper didn't tally. She paced to the side table with the lamp and leaned a hip against it. With her back to Marlin, she rubbed her throbbing temples. Kara inched close. "Are you all right?" Kalen nodded. "This worry is just giving me a headache, that's all." "Maybe you should have Lord Rahl kiss it and make it better." Kalen chuckled silently at Kara's concerned frown. That would work. She waved her hands in the air as if shooing a gnat, trying to chase away the doubts. "It doesn't make any sense." "The Dreamwalker trying to kill his enemy doesn't make sense?" "Well, think about it." She glanced over her shoulder to see Marlin hugging his ribs and rocking on the floor. His eyes, even when they were filled with terror, and even as now when he wasn't looking her way, for some reason made her skin crawl. She turned back to Kara and lowered her voice. Surely Jagang had to know that one man, even a wizard, would fail at such a task. Richard would recognize a man with the gift. And besides, there are too many people here who would be only too ready to kill an intruder. But still, with his gift, he might have a chance. Jagang wouldn't care if the man was killed. He has an abundance of others to do his bidding. Kalen's thoughts flicked about, trying to pick out the nettle of a reason behind her itching doubt. Even if he managed to kill some of them with his magic, there are still too many. A whole army of Mryswith failed to kill Richard. He can recognize one with the gift, with magic, as a threat. He doesn't know how to command his magic, much as you don't understand how to control Marlin's, beyond giving him pain with it, but his guard would be up at the least. This just doesn't make any sense. Jagang is far from stupid. There has to be more to it. He must have some plan to this, something more than we're seeing. Kara clasped her hands behind her back as she took a deep breath. She turned. "Marlin?" His head came up, his eyes at attention. "What was Jagang's plan?" "To have me kill Richard Rahl and the Mother Confessor." "What else?" Kalen asked. What more was there to his plan? His eyes flooded. "I don't know, I swear. I told you as he ordered me. I was to get a soldier's uniform and weapons so I would look like I belonged, and could get close. I was to kill you both." Kalen wiped a hand across her face. "We're not asking the right questions." "I don't know what else there could be. He has admitted the worst of it. He told us his goal. What more could there be?" "I don't know. But there's something still itching at me." Kalen sighed in resignation. "Maybe Richard can reason this out. He is the seeker of truth, after all. He'll figure out what it means. Richard will know the right questions to ask so that..." Kalen's head suddenly came up, her eyes wide. She advanced a long stride toward the man on the floor. "Marlin, did Jagang also tell you to announce yourself when you arrived?" "Yes. Once inside the palace, I was to give my reason for being here." Kalen stiffened. She snatched Kara's arm and pulled her close while keeping her eyes on Marlin. "Maybe we shouldn't tell Richard about this. It's too dangerous." "I have Marlin's power. He's helpless." Kalen's gaze darted about, hardly hearing what Kara had said. "We have to put him somewhere safe. This room won't do." She put a thumbnail between her teeth. Kara frowned. "This room is as safe as anywhere. He can't get away. He's safe in here." Kalen took her thumb from her mouth as she stared at the man rocking on the floor. "No. We have to find someplace safer. I think we've made a big mistake. I think we're in a lot of trouble." Chapter 3. "Let me just kill him," Kara said. "I have but to touch him in the right place with my Aegil and his heart will stop. He won't suffer." For the first time, Kaelin seriously considered Kara's oft-repeated request. Though she had had to kill people before, and had ordered the execution of others, she dismissed the impulse. She had to think this through. For all she knew, that could be Jagang's true plan, though she couldn't imagine what good it would gain him. But he had to have some scheme to what he had ordered. He wasn't stupid. He had to know that Marlin would be captured, at the least. "No," Kaelin said. "We don't know enough yet. For all we know, that could be the worst thing we could do. We can't do anything else until we think it through carefully. We've already walked into a swamp without pausing to think about where we were going." Kara sighed at the familiar refusal. "Then what do you wish to do?" "I don't know yet. Jagang had to know he would be captured, at the least, yet he ordered it. Why? We have to figure this out. Until we do, we have to put him somewhere safe, where he can't escape and hurt anyone." "Mother Confessor," Kara said with exaggerated patience, "he cannot escape. I have control of his power. Believe me, I know how to control a person when I have domination over their magic. I have had an abundance of experience. He is incapable of doing anything against my wishes. Here, let me show you." She threw open the door. Surprised men reached for weapons as they gazed around the room in silent, professional appraisal. With the extra light from beyond the door, Kaelin could see the true extent of the mess. A spray of blood crossed the bookcase at an angle. Blood soaked the crimson carpet, the spongy reddish blotch extending past the perimeter of gold banding. Marlin's face was a bloody sight. The side of his beige tunic was dark with a wet stain. "You," Kara said, "give me your sword." The blonde-haired soldier drew his weapon and handed it over without hesitation. "Now," she announced, "all of you listen to me. I'm going to give the Mother Confessor here a demonstration of the power of a Mord Sith. If any of you go against my orders, you will answer to me." She gestured back to Marlin. "Just like he did." After another glance at the miserable man on the floor, some men nodded and the rest voiced their consent. Kara pointed with the sword at Marlin. "If he can make it to the door, you all are to let him go. He is to have his freedom." The men grumbled objections. "Don't argue with me." The Daharan soldiers fell silent. A Mord Sith was trouble enough, but when she had command of a person's magic, she was something altogether beyond trouble. She was dealing in magic, and they had no desire to stick their finger in a cauldron of dark sorcery stirred by an angry Mord Sith. Kara strode over to Marlin and held the sword down to him, hilt first. "Take it." Marlin hesitated, then snatched the sword when she frowned in warning. Kara looked up at Kaelin. "We always let our captives keep their weapons. It's a constant reminder to them that they are helpless, that even their weapons will do them no good against us." "I know," Kaelin said in a small voice. "Richard told me." Kara motioned Marlin to his feet. When he didn't move fast enough for her, she punched his cracked rib. "What are you waiting for? Get up! Now go stand over there." After he had moved off the carpet, she grasped the corner and flung it aside. She pointed at the polished wood floor and snapped her fingers. Marlin scurried to the spot, grunting in pain with each step. Kara snatched him by the scruff of his neck and bent him over. "Spit!" Marlin coughed blood and spat on the floor at his feet. Kara hauled him up straight, seized the neck of his tunic, and yanked his face close. She gritted her teeth. "Now you listen. You know the kind of pain I can give you if you displease me. Do you need another demonstration?" He vigorously shook his head. "No, Mistress Kara." "Good boy. Now, when I tell you to do something, that is what I wish you to do. If you do otherwise, if you go against my orders, my wishes, your magic will twist your guts like a wash rag. As long as you continue to go against my wishes, the pain will only get worse. I won't let the magic kill you, but you will wish otherwise. You will beg me to kill you in order to escape the pain. I don't grant my pets requests for death." Marlin's face had gone ashen. "Now stand on that spot of your spit." Marlin moved both feet onto the red splat. Kara gripped his jaw in one hand and pointed her Aegil at his face. "My wish is for you to stand right there on that spot of your spit until I tell you otherwise. You are never to so much as lift a finger to harm me or anyone else ever again. That is my wish.
Do you understand? Do you fully understand my wishes?" He nodded as best he could, the way her hand clamped his jaw. "Yes, Mistress Kara. I would never hurt you, I swear. You want me to stand on my spit until you give me permission to do otherwise." Tears welled up anew. "I won't move, I swear. Please don't hurt me." Kara shoved his face away. "You disgust me. Men who break as easily as you disgust me. I've had girls last longer under my aegil," she muttered. She pointed behind. "Those men won't hurt you. They will do nothing to stop you. If you get to the door against my wishes, you are free and the pain will be gone." She glared at the soldiers. "You all heard me, didn't you? If he reaches the door, he's free." The soldiers nodded. "If he kills me, he's free." This time they didn't agree until Kara yelled her order again. Kara turned her hot glare to Kalen. "That includes you. If he kills me or if he makes the door, he's free." No matter how improbable, Kalen wouldn't agree to such a thing. Marlin wanted to kill Richard. "Why are you doing this?" "Because you need to understand. You need to trust my word." Kalen forced out a breath. "Get on with it," she said, without agreeing to the terms. Kara turned her back to Marlin and folded her arms. "You know my wishes, my pet. If you wish to escape, this is your chance. You reach the door and you're free. If you want to kill me for what I've done to you, now's your chance for that too. You know," she added, "I don't think I've seen nearly enough of your blood. When we're done with all this nonsense, I'm going to take you somewhere private, where the mother confessor won't be around to intercede on your behalf. I'm going to spend the rest of the afternoon and night punishing you with my aegil just because I'm in the mood. I'm going to make you regret the day you were born." She shrugged. "Unless, of course, you kill me or escape." The soldiers stood mute. The room exuded a heavy silence as Kara waited with her arms folded. Marlin carefully looked around, studying the soldiers, Kalen, and Kara's back. His fingers worked on the hilt of the sword, drawing it tighter into his grip. His eyes narrowed as he considered. Watching Kara's back, he finally took a small, tentative step to the side. To Kalen, it looked as if an invisible club had whacked him in the gut. He doubled over with a grunt. A low groan wheezed from his throat. With a cry of effort, he dived for the door. He hit the floor screaming. He clutched his abdomen with both arms as he writhed. With fingers curled in agony, he threw himself out flat on the floor and tried to claw his way to the door. It was still a goodly distance. Each inch he gained racked him with ever worse convulsions of pain. Kalen winced at his panting screams. In a last, desperate effort, he snatched up the sword again and staggered to his feet, straightening partially, lifting the sword above his head. Kalen tensed. Even if he couldn't make his arms do his bidding, he could fall and cleave Kara. The risk to Kara was too great. Kalen took an urgent step forward as Marlin bellowed and tried to bring the sword down to hack at Kara. Kara, watching Kalen, held up an admonishing finger, stopping Kalen where she stood. Behind her, Marlin's sword clattered to the floor as he crumpled, holding his stomach as he shrieked. He crashed to the floor, his distress obviously growing precipitously with each moment as he writhed on the polished wood floor like a fish out of water. "What did I tell you, Marlin?" Kara asked in a quiet voice. "What are my wishes?" He seemed to grasp the meaning of her words, as if they were from a person yelling as he threw a lifeline to a drowning man. His frantic gaze hunted the floor. Finally he saw it. He clawed his way to the spot of his spit, moving as quickly as the racking pain allowed. At last he managed to stagger to his feet. He stood, fists at his side, still shaking and screaming. "Both feet, Marlin," Kara said casually. He looked down and saw that only one foot was on the spit. He jerked the other closer onto the red spot. He sagged and finally fell silent. Kalen felt herself sag with him. His eyes closed, panting, dripping sweat, he stood trembling with the lingering effects of the ordeal. Kara lifted an eyebrow to Kalen. "Understand?" Kalen scowled. Kara scooped up the sword and marched it over to the door. As one, the soldiers all backed up a step. She held the sword out, hilt first. Reluctantly, its owner retrieved it. "Any questions, gentlemen?" Kara asked in an icy voice. "Good. Now stop banging on the door when I'm busy." She slammed the heavy door in their faces. Marlin's lower lip sucked in and out over his teeth with each panting breath.
Kara put her face close to his. I don't recall giving you permission to close your eyes. Did you hear me say you could close them? His eyes opened wide.
No, Mistress Kara.
Then what were they doing closed? Marlin's terror quavered through his voice.
I'm sorry, Mistress Kara. Please forgive me. I won't do it again.
Kara? She turned, as if she had forgotten Kalen was even in the room. What? Kalen tilted her head in gesture. We need to talk. You see? Kara asked, when she had joined Kalen at the table with the lamp. You see what I mean? He can't hurt anyone. He can't escape. No man has ever escaped a Mord Sith. Kalen lifted an eyebrow. Richard did. Kara straightened and let out a noisy breath. Lord Rahl is different. This man is no Lord Rahl. Mord Sith have proven themselves unerring thousands of times. No one but Lord Rahl ever killed his mistress to reclaim his magic and escape. No matter how improbable, Richard has proven that Mord Sith aren't infallible. I don't care how many thousands Mord Sith have subjugated. The fact that one escaped means that it's possible. Kara, I'm not doubting you. It's just that we can't take chances. Something's wrong. Why would Jagang throw this lamb in a wolf's lair and specifically tell him to announce himself? But it's possible Jagang was killed. He might be dead and we have nothing to fear. But if he's still alive, and anything goes wrong with Marlin here, it will be Richard who pays the price. Jagang wants Richard dead. Are you so stubborn that you're willing to put Richard at risk for the sake of your pride? Kara scratched her neck as she considered. She took a quick glance over her shoulder at Marlin standing on the spot of his spit, his eyes wide open, sweat dripping off the end of his nose. What do you want to do? This room has no windows. We can lock and bar the door. Where can we put him that would be safer than this room? Kalen pressed her fingers over the burning ache under her sternum. The pit. Kalen twisted her fingers together as she came to a halt before the iron door. Marlin, looking like a frightened puppy, stood silently in the center of a knot of Daharan soldiers a ways back up the torchlit hall. What's the matter? Kara asked. Kalen flinched. What? I asked what was the matter. You look like you're afraid the door is going to bite you. Kalen pulled her hands apart and made herself put them at her sides. Nothing. She turned and lifted the ring with the keys from the iron peg in the coarse stone wall beside the door. Kara lowered her voice. Don't lie to a sister of the Aegil. Kalen mimicked a quick smile of apology. The pit is where the condemned await execution. I have a half-sister, Cirilla. She was the Queen of Gallia. When she was here, when Adendril fell to the Order, before Richard liberated the city, they threw her in the pit with a gang of about a dozen murderers. Have a half-sister? She still lives, then? Kalen nodded as the mists of memories swirled before her mind's eye. But they had her down there for days. Prince Harold, her brother, my half-brother, rescued her when they were taking her to the block to be beheaded, but she's never been the same since. She's withdrawn into herself. On rare occasions, she comes out of her stupor and insists that the people need a queen able to lead them, and that I become the Queen of Gallia in her place. I agreed. Kalen paused. She screams inconsolably if she comes awake and sees men. Kara, hands clasped behind her back, waited without comment. Kalen gestured to the door. They threw me down there, too. Her mouth was so dry that it took 2 attempts before she could swallow. With those men who had raped her. She surfaced from the memories and sneaked a quick glance at Kara. But they didn't do to me as they did to her. She didn't say how close they had come. A sly smile came to Kara's lips. How many did you kill? I didn't stop to take an exact count as I escaped. Her brief, flitting smile wouldn't stick. But it scared the wits out of me, being down there alone with all those beasts. Kalen's heart pounded so hard at the memory that it made her sway on her feet. Well, Kara offered, do you want to find another place to put Marlin? No. Kalen took a purging breath. Look, Kara, I'm sorry I'm acting this way. She peered briefly at Marlin. There's something about his eyes. Something strange. She looked back to Kara. I'm sorry, it's not like me to be so jittery. You've only known me a short time. I'm not usually so apprehensive. It's just that, I guess that it's just because it's been so peaceful for the last few days. I've been separated from Richard for so long, and it's been bliss being together. We were hoping Jagang was killed and that the war was ended. We were hoping he was in the Palace of the Prophets when Richard destroyed it.
He still might have been. Marlin said it's been 2 weeks since Jagang gave him orders. Lord Rahl said Jagang wanted the palace. He was probably with his troops when they stormed it. He's no doubt dead.
We can hope. But I'm so afraid for Richard. I guess it's affecting my judgment. Now that things have come together, I'm terrified that it's going to slip away from me.
Kara shrugged as if to dispel Kalen's need for apology. I know how you feel. Now that Lord Rahl has given us our freedom, we have something to fear losing. Maybe that's why I'm so jittery, too.
She flicked her hand toward the door.
We could find another place. There have to be other places that won't touch painful memories for you.
No. Protecting Richard comes above all else. The pit is the safest place in the palace to keep a prisoner. We have no one else down there now. It's escape-proof. I'm fine.
Kara lifted an eyebrow. Escape-proof? You escaped.
The memories repressed, Kalen smiled. With the back of her hand, she gave Kara's stomach a dismissive slap. Marlin is no mother confessor. She glanced back up the hall at Marlin. But there's something about him, something I can't put my finger on. Something strange. He frightens me, and he shouldn't, not with you controlling his gift.
You are right. You shouldn't be concerned. I have complete control of him. No pet has ever slipped from my control, ever.
Kara lifted the key ring from Kalen's hand and unlocked the door. With a tug, it drew open on rusty, squeaking hinges. Dank stench wafted up from the darkness below. The smell clenched Kalen's stomach muscles with the memories it carried. Kara took a nervous step back.
There aren't any rats down there, are there?
Rats? Kalen glanced to the dark maw. No, there's no way for them to get in. No rats. You'll see. Kalen turned her attention to the soldiers back up the hall waiting with Marlin and gestured toward the long ladder resting on its side against the wall opposite the door. Once they had the ladder through the door, and it had thudded down in place, Kara snapped her fingers and motioned Marlin forward. He scurried to her without hesitation, anxious to avoid doing anything to displease her.
Take that torch and get down there, Kara told him.
Marlin pulled the torch from its rust-encrusted bracket and started down the ladder. With a frown of puzzlement, Kara followed him down into the gloom when Kalen motioned her to the ladder. Kalen turned to the guards. Sergeant Collins, you and your men wait up here, please.
Are you sure, Mother Confessor?
The sergeant asked. Are you eager to be down there in a small space with an ill-tempered Mord Sith, Sergeant? He hooked a thumb behind his weapons belt as he glanced at the opening into the pit.
We'll wait up here as you command.
Kalen started backing down the ladder. We'll be fine. The smooth stone blocks of the walls were so precisely dry-fit that there wasn't so much as a fingernail hold to be had. Looking back over her shoulder, she could see Marlin holding the torch and Kara waiting for her nearly 20 feet below. She carefully put a foot in each rung, mindful not to step on the hem of her dress lest she fall.
Why are we down here with him? Kara asked, as Kalen stepped off the last rung.
Kalen wiped her hands together, brushing off the grit from the ladder rungs. She took the torch from Marlin and went to the wall before them. She stretched up on her toes and pushed the torch into one of the brackets on the wall. Because on the way down here I thought of some more questions to ask him before we leave him here. Kara glanced at Marlin and pointed to the floor.
Spit.
She waited.
Now stand on it.
Marlin moved onto the spot, careful to get both feet on it. Kara eyed the empty room, checking the shadows in the corners. Kalen wondered if she was making sure the place really was free of rats.
Marlin,
Kalen said. He licked his lips, waiting for her question. When was the last time you received orders from Jagang? Like I told you before, it was about 2 weeks ago. And he's not sought you out since then? No, Mother Confessor. If he was dead, would you know? He didn't hesitate with his answer. I don't know. He either comes to me or he doesn't. I have no way of knowing of him between his calls. How does he come to you? In my dreams. And you've not dreamed of him since you say he last came to you a fortnight ago? No, Mother Confessor. Kalen paced to the wall with the hissing torch and back as she thought. You didn't recognize me when you first saw me. He shook his head. Would you recognize Richard? Yes, Mother Confessor. Kalen frowned. How? How would you know him? From the Palace of the Prophets. I was a student there. Richard was brought there by Sister Verna.
I knew him from the palace.
A student at the Palace of the Prophets? Then you... How old are you?
93, Mother Confessor.
No wonder he seemed so strange to her, sometimes like a boy and sometimes seeming to have the demeanor of an older man. That explained the sage bearing in his young eyes. There was a presence about those eyes that didn't fit his youthful frame. This would certainly explain it. The Palace of the Prophets trained boys in their gift. Ancient magic had aided the Sisters of the Light in their task by altering time at the palace so that they would have the time needed, in the absence of an experienced wizard, to teach the boys to control their magic. That was all ended now. Richard had destroyed the palace and the prophecies, lest Jagang capture them. The prophecies would have aided him in his effort to conquer the world, and the palace would have given him hundreds of years to rule over those he vanquished. Kaelin felt the weight of worry lift from her mind.
Now I know why I felt there was something strange about him, she said as she sighed her relief. Kara didn't look so relieved.
Why did you announce yourself to the soldiers inside the Confessor's palace?
Emperor Jagang didn't explain his instructions, Mistress Kara.
Jagang is from the old world, and no doubt doesn't know about Mord Sith, Kara said to Kaelin. He probably thought a wizard like Marlin here would be able to announce himself, cause a panic, and wreak havoc.
Kaelin considered the supposition. Could be. Jagang has the Sisters of the Dark as his puppets, so he would have been able to get information about Richard. Richard wasn't at the palace long enough to learn much about his gift. The Sisters of the Dark would have told Jagang that Richard doesn't know how to use his magic. Richard is the Seeker and knows how to use the Sword of Truth, but he doesn't know how to use his gift. Jagang might have thought to send in a wizard on the chance that he might succeed. And if he didn't, so what? He has others.
What do you think, my pet?
Marlin's eyes filled with tears. I don't know, Mistress Kara. I don't know. He didn't tell me, I swear. A tremor seeped from his jaw into his voice. But it could be. What the Mother Confessor says is true. He doesn't care if we are killed while performing a task. Our lives mean little to him. Kara turned to Kaelin.
What else?
Kaelin shook her head. I can't think of anything else at the moment. I guess it could all make sense. We'll come back later, after I've thought about it. Maybe I'll think of some other questions that might settle it. Kara pointed her Aegil at his face.
You stand right there on that spot of your spit until we come back. Whether it's in 2 hours or 2 days, it doesn't matter. If you sit down, or any part of you other than the soles of your feet touches the floor, you will be down here all alone with the pain it brings for going against my wishes. Understand?
He blinked as a drop of sweat ran into his eye.
Yes, Mistress Kara.
Page 39. Kara, do you think it necessary that...
Yes, I know my business. Let me do it. You yourself reminded me what was at stake and how we dared not take any chances.
Kaelin relented. All right. Kaelin took hold of a rung above her head and started up the ladder. On the second rung, she paused and looked back. Frowning, she stepped back off the ladder. Marlin, did you come to Aidendrill alone?
No, Mother Confessor.
Kara snatched the neck of his tunic.
What? You came with others?
Yes, Mistress Kara.
How many?
With one other, Mistress Kara. She was a Sister of the Dark.
Kaelin's fist joined Kara's on his tunic. What was her name? Frightened by both women, he tried to back away a bit, but their grip on his tunic wouldn't allow it.
I don't know her name, he whined. I swear.
She was a Sister of the Dark from the palace where you lived for close to a century, and you don't know her name? Kaelin asked. Marlin licked his lips, his gaze moving between the two women.
There were hundreds of sisters at the Palace of the Prophets. There were rules. We had teachers assigned to us. There were places we didn't go, and sisters we never came in contact with, like those who handled administration. I didn't know them all, I swear. I saw her before at the palace, but I didn't know her name, and she didn't tell me.
Where is she now? Marlin shook in terror.
I don't know. I haven't seen her for days since I came to the city.
Kaelin gritted her teeth. What did she look like then? Marlin licked his lips again as his gaze flicked back and forth between the two women.
I don't know. I don't know how to describe her. A young woman. I don't think she was long out of being a novice. She was young-looking, like you, Mother Confessor. Pretty. I thought she was pretty. She had long hair, long brown hair.
Kaelin and Kara shared a look. Nadine, they said as one.
Chapter 4.
Mistress Kara!
Marlin called from below. Kara turned, hanging by one hand on the next rung down from Kalin. She held the torch out in her other hand.
What? How will I sleep, Mistress Kara, if you don't come back tonight? And if I have to stand, then how will I sleep?
Sleep? That's not my concern. I told you, you must remain on your feet on that spot. Move, sit, or lie down, and you will be very sorry. You will be all alone with the pain. Understand?
Yes, Mistress Kara,
came the weak voice from the darkness below. Once Kalin was up in the hall, she reached down and took the torch from Kara, freeing the moored Sith to use both hands to climb out. Kalin handed the torch to a relieved-looking Sergeant Collins. Collins, I'd like all of you to remain here. Keep the door locked and don't go down there for anything. Don't let anyone else so much as take a peek.
Yes, Mother Confessor.
Sergeant Collins hesitated.
Is it dangerous, then?
Kalin understood his concern. No, Kara has control of his power. He's incapable of using his magic. She took appraisal of the troops clogging the dingy stone corridor. There had to be close to 100. I don't know if we'll be back tonight, she told the sergeant. Get the rest of your men down here. Divide them into squads. Take shifts so that there's at least this many down here at all times. Lock all the barricade doors. Post archers at the doors and at each end of this hall.
I thought you said there was no need for concern, that he couldn't use his magic.
Kalin smiled. Do you want to have to explain it to Kara here if someone sneaks in and rescues her charge out from under your nose in her absence? He scratched his stubble as he glanced at Kara.
I understand, Mother Confessor. No one will be allowed within shouting distance of this door.
Still don't trust me? Kara asked, when they were out of earshot of the soldiers. Kalin offered a friendly smile. My father was King Wyborn. He was Cyrilla's father, and then mine. He was a great warrior. He taught me that it's impossible to be too cautious with prisoners. Kara shrugged as they passed a sputtering torch. Fine by me. It doesn't hurt my feelings. But I have his magic. He's helpless. I still don't understand how you can fear magic and have such control over it. I told you only if he specifically attacks me with it. And how do you take control of it? How do you make it yours to command? Kara spun the aegil on the end of the chain at her wrist as she walked. I don't know myself. We just do it. The Master Rahl himself takes part in some of the training of Mord Sith. It is during that phase that the ability is instilled in us. It's not magic from within us, but transferred to us, I guess. Kalin shook her head. Yet you don't know, really, what you're doing. And still it works. With her fingertips, Kara hooked the iron rail at a corner, swung around it, and followed Kalin up the stone stairs. You don't have to know what you are doing in order for magic to work. What do you mean? Well, Lord Rahl told us that a child is magic, the magic of creation. You don't have to know what you are doing to make a child. One time, this girl, a very naive girl of about 14 summers, a daughter of one of the staff at the People's Palace in Dahara, told me that Darken Rahl, Father Rahl he liked to be called, had given her a rosebud, and it had bloomed in her fingers as he smiled down at her. She said that that was how she had come to be with child, through his magic. Kara laughed without humor. She really thought that that was how she became pregnant. It never occurred to her that it was because she had spread her legs for him. So you see, she did magic, created a son, and without knowing how she had really done it. Kalin paused on the landing in the shadows and seized the crook of Kara's elbow, halting her. All Richard's family is dead. Darken Rahl killed my stepfather. His mother died when he was young, and his half-brother Michael betrayed Richard, allowing Denna to capture him. After Richard defeated Darken Rahl, Richard forgave Michael for what he had done to him, but ordered him executed because his treachery had knowingly caused the torture and death of countless people at the hands of Darken Rahl. I know how much family means to Richard. He would be thrilled to come to know a half-brother. Could we send word to the palace in Dahara and have him brought here? Richard would be... Kara shook her head and glanced away. Darken Rahl tested the child and discovered that he was born without the gift. Darken Rahl was eager to have a gifted heir. He considered anything less deformed and worthless. I see. Silence filled the stairwell. The girl? The mother?
Kara heaved a sigh, realizing that Kaelin wanted to hear it all. D'Arkenrol had a temper, a sick temper. He crushed the girl's windpipe with his bare hands after he had made her watch him kill her son. When ungifted offspring came to his attention, it often made him angry, and then he did that. Kaelin let her hand fall away from Kara's arm. Kara's eyes came up. The calm had repossessed them. A few of the Mord Sith suffered a similar fate. Fortunately, I never came to be with child when he chose me for his amusement. Kaelin sought to fill the silence. I'm glad Richard freed you from bondage to that beast. Freed everyone. Kara nodded, her eyes as cold as Kaelin had ever seen them. He is more than Lord Ral to us. Anyone who ever hurts him will answer to the Mord Sith, to me. Kaelin suddenly saw what Kara had said about Richard being allowed to keep Kaelin in a new light. It was the kindest thing she could think to do for him, allowing him to have the one he loved, despite her concern for the danger to his heart. You'll have to wait in line, Kaelin said. Kara at last grinned. Let us pray to the good spirits that we never have to fight over first rights. I have a better idea. Let's keep harm from reaching him in the first place. But remember, when we get up there, that we don't know for sure who this Nadine is. If she is a Sister of the Dark, she is a very dangerous woman. But we don't know for sure that she is. She might be a dignitary, a woman of rank and importance. It could even be that she's nothing more than a rich nobleman's daughter. Maybe he banished her poor farm boy lover and she's simply looking for him. I don't want you harming an innocent person. Let's just keep our heads. I'm not a monster, Mother Confessor. I know. I didn't mean to say that you were. I just don't want our desire to protect Richard to make us lose our heads. That includes me. Now, let's get up to Petitioner's Hall. Kara frowned. Why would we go there? Why not go to Nadine's room? Kaelin started up the second flight 2 steps at a time. There are 288 guest rooms in the Confessor's Palace, divided among 6 separate wings at distant points. I was distracted before and didn't think to tell the guards where to put her, so we have to go ask. Kara shouldered open the door at the top of the stairs and, head swiveling, entered the hall ahead of Kaelin, as she liked to do in order to check the way for trouble. Seems a poor design. Why would guest rooms be separated? Kaelin gestured to a corridor branching to the left. This way is shorter. She slowed as 2 guards stepped aside to make way for them, and then quickened her pace along the deep blue carpet running down the hall. The guest rooms are separated because many diplomats visited the palace on business with the council, and if the wrong diplomats are placed too close together, they could become very undiplomatic. Keeping peace among allies was sometimes a delicate balancing game. That included accommodations. But there are all the palaces, for the representatives of the lands, on King's Row. Kaelin grunted cynically. Part of the game. When they entered Petitioner's Hall, everyone went to their knees again. Kaelin had to give them the formal acknowledgement before she could speak with the captain. He told her where he had put Nadine, and she was about to leave when a boy, one of the group of Jala players waiting patiently in the hall, snatched the floppy wool hat from his head of blonde hair and bolted toward them. The captain caught sight of him trotting across the room. He's waiting to see Lord Ral. Probably wants him to come watch another game. The captain smiled to himself. I told him it would be all right if he waited, but that I couldn't promise that Lord Ral would see him. He shrugged self-consciously. Least I could do. I was at the game yesterday with a crowd of soldiers. The boy and his team won me 3 silver marks. Hat crushed in both little fists, the boy genuflected on the other side of the marble railing from Kaelin.
Mother Confessor, we'd like to... Well, if it's no trouble, we...
His voice trailed off as he gulped air. Kaelin smiled encouragement. Don't be afraid. What's your name?
Yonick, Mother Confessor.
I'm sorry, Yonick, but Richard can't come watch another game just now. We're busy at the moment. Perhaps tomorrow. I know we both enjoyed it, and we would very much like to come watch again. But on another day. He shook his head.
It's not about that. It's my brother, Kip.
He twisted his hat.
He's sick. I was wondering if Lord Ral could come do some magic and make him better.
Kaelin gave the boy's shoulder a comforting squeeze. Well, Richard's not really that kind of wizard. Why don't you go see one of the healers on Stenter Street? Tell them what he's sick with, and they'll give him some herbs to help him feel better. Yannick hung his head.
We don't have no money for herbs. That's why I was hoping. Kip is real sick.
Kalen straightened and peered at the captain. His gaze went from Kalen to the boy and back again. He cleared his throat.
Well, Yannick, I saw you play yesterday, the captain stammered. Quite good. Your team was quite good.
Checking Kalen's eyes again, he stabbed a hand into a pocket and came out with a coin. He bent over the rail and pushed the coin into Yannick's fist.
I know which one's your brother. That was a great play, that goal he made. Take this and get him some herbs, like the Mother Confessor said he needs.
Yannick stared in astonishment at the silver coin in his hand.
Herbs don't cost this much, as I hear told.
The captain waved away the notion.
Well, I don't have anything smaller. Buy your team a treat for their win with the extra. Now take it and be off. We have palace business we must attend to.
Yannick straightened and clapped a fist to his heart in salute.
Yes, sir.
And practice that kick of yours,
the captain called after the boy as he ran across the hall to his fellows.
It's a little sloppy.
I will,
Yannick shouted over his shoulder.
Thanks.
Kalen watched as he collected his friends and they rushed to the door.
Very kind of you, Captain...
Harris,
he winced.
Thank you, Mother Confessor.
Kara, let's go see this Lady Nadine. Kalen hoped the captain who came to attention at the end of the hall had had an uneventful watch. Has Nadine tried to leave, Captain Nance?
No, Mother Confessor, he said, when he straightened from his bow. She seemed grateful that someone was taking an interest in her request. When I explained that there could be trouble about and we needed her to stay in her room, she promised to abide by my instructions.
He glanced at the door.
She said that she didn't want to get me in hot water and she would do as I asked.
Thank you, Captain. She paused before she opened the door. If she comes out of this room without us, kill her. Don't stop to ask her any questions, and don't give her any warning. Just have the archers take her down. When his brow twitched, she added, If she leaves first, it will be because she has proven she commands magic and has killed us with it. Captain Nance, his face gone as pale as year-old straw, clapped a fist to his heart in salute. The outer sitting room was decorated in red. The walls were a dark crimson, adorned with white crown molding, pink marble baseboard and door casings, and a hardwood floor almost entirely covered with a huge gold-fringed carpet, embellished with an ornate leaf and flower motif. The gilded legs of the marble-topped table and of the red velvet-tufted chairs were carved with a matching leaf and flower design. Being an interior room, there were no windows. Cut-glass chimneys on the dozen reflector lamps around the room sent sparkles of light dancing across the walls. To Kalen's mind, it was one of the least tasteful color schemes in the palace, but there were diplomats who specified this color room when requesting accommodations at the palace. They felt it put them in the right frame of mind for negotiations. Kalen was always wary when hearing the arguments of representatives who had requested one of the red rooms. Nadine wasn't in the extravagant outer room. The door to the bedroom was ajar. "Delicious rooms," Kara whispered. "Can I have them?" Kalen shushed her. She knew why the Mord Sith would want a red room. With Kara peering over her shoulder, Kalen cautiously pushed back the bedroom door. Kara's breath tickled her left ear. If it was possible, the bedroom was more jarring to the senses than the sitting room, with the red theme carried into the carpets, embroidered bed cover, immoderate collection of ornate gold-fringed crimson pillows, and the swirled pink marble fireplace surround. Kalen thought that if Kara was wearing her red leather and ever wanted to hide, she could simply sit in this room and no one would ever find her. Only half the lamps in the bedroom were lit. Several blown glass bowls set about on tables and the desk were filled with dried rose petals, their fragrance mingling with the lamp oil to permeate the air with a heavy, sickly sweet odor. When the hinges squeaked, the woman resting on the bed opened her eyes, saw Kalen, and sprang to her feet. Ready to take Nadine with her confessor's power if she gave the slightest indication of aggression, Kalen unconsciously held an arm out to her side to keep Kara out of her way. In preparation, her muscles tight as coiled steel, Kalen was holding her breath. If the woman conjured magic, Kalen would have to be quick. Nadine hastily knuckled the sleep from her eyes. By her indecision as to which foot to put forward and the awkward curtsy she performed, Kalen knew that she was no noblewoman, but that didn't mean she couldn't be a sister of the dark. Nadine gawked at Kara for an instant before smoothing down her dress at her shapely hips and addressing Kalen.
"Forgive me, Queen. but I've been on a long journey, and I was taking a bit of rest. I guess I must have fallen asleep. I didn't hear you knock. I'm Nadine Brighton, Queen."
As Nadine dipped into another inelegant curtsy, Calen quickly surveyed the room. The wash basin and ewer hadn't been used. The towels beside them on the washstand were clean and still folded. A simple, worn woolen travel bag sat at the foot of the bed. A clothes brush and a tin cup were the only foreign objects on the overwrought gilded table to the other side of a red velvet chair, beside the fringed canopy bed. Despite the early spring chill and cold hearth, she hadn't pulled down the bed covers for her nap. Perhaps, thought Calen, so as not to become tangled in them if she had to move fast. Calen didn't apologize for entering without knocking. "Mother Confessor," she said in a cautious tone, feeling the need to make clear the tacit threat of the power she wielded. "Queen is one of my less common titles. I am more widely known as the Mother Confessor." As Nadine blushed, the sprinkling of freckles at the top of her cheekbones and across her delicate nose almost disappeared. Her large brown eyes turned to the floor with unease. She hastily ran her fingers through her thick brown hair, although it didn't look disheveled. She wasn't as tall as Calen, though she looked to be about the same age, or perhaps a year younger. She was a lovely-looking young woman, and cast off no warning signs of threat or danger. But Calen wasn't put at ease by a fresh face and innocent demeanor. Experience had taught Calen hard lessons. Marlin, the latest lesson, hadn't appeared at first to be anything other than an awkward young man. This young woman's lovely eyes, though, didn't seem to have the same timeless quality to them that had so unnerved Calen. Still, her caution wasn't allayed either. Nadine turned and hurriedly swept the flats of her hands over the bed cover, pressing out the wrinkles with quick strokes. "Forgive me, Mother Confessor. I didn't mean to muss your lovely bed. I brushed my dress first so I wouldn't get road dust on it. I intended to lie on the floor, but the bed looked so inviting I couldn't resist giving it a try. I hope I haven't caused offense." "Of course not," Calen said. "I invited you to use the room as your own." Before the last word was out of Calen's mouth, Kara had swept around her. Even though there seemed to be no rank among the Mord Sith, Berdine and Raina always deferred to Kara's word. Among the Daharans, the rank of the Mord Sith, and Kara in particular, seemed undisputed, though Calen had never heard anyone put definition to it. If Kara said spit, people spat. Nadine let out a wide-eyed squeak when she saw the leather-clad Mord Sith coming at her. "Kara!" Calen called out. Kara ignored her. "We have your friend Marlin down in the pit. You'll be joining him shortly." Kara jabbed a finger at the hollow at the base of Nadine's neck, causing her to drop backward onto the chair beside the bed. "Ow!" Nadine shouted as she glared up at Kara. "That hurt!" As she bounded up off the chair, Kara seized the young woman's throat in an armored fist. She swept her Aegil up and pointed it between the wide brown eyes. "I have not yet begun to hurt you." Calen snatched Kara's braid and gave it a mighty yank. "One way or the other, you're going to learn to follow orders." Kara, still gripping the young woman's throat, turned in surprise. "Let her go. I told you to let me handle this. Until she makes a threatening move, you will do as you are told, or you can wait outside." Kara released Nadine with a shove that plopped her down in the chair again. "This one's trouble. I can feel it. You should let me kill her." Calen pressed her lips together until Kara rolled her eyes and grudgingly stepped aside. Nadine came off the chair, slower this time. Her eyes teared as she rubbed her throat and coughed. "Why'd you do that? I've done nothing to you. I didn't disturb any of your fine things. You people have the worst manners of anyone I've ever seen." She shook a finger at Calen. "There's no call to treat a person that way." "On the contrary," Calen said. "An innocent enough-looking young man showed up at the palace today, also asking to see Lord Rahl. He turned out to be an assassin. Thanks to Kara here, we were able to stop him." Nadine's indignation faltered. "Oh, that's not the worst of it," Calen added. "He confessed to having an accomplice, an attractive young woman with long brown hair." Nadine's throat-rubbing paused as she looked at Kara, then back to Calen. "Oh, well, I guess I can understand the mistake." "You asked to see Lord Rahl, too. That's made everyone just a little jumpy. All of us are quite protective of Lord Rahl." "I guess I can see the reason for the confusion. No offense taken." "Kara here is one of the Lord Rahl's personal guards," Calen said. "I'm sure you can understand the reason for her belligerent attitude." Nadine took her hand away from her throat and rested it on one hip.
Of course. I guess I landed in the middle of a hornet's nest. The problem is, Kalen went on, you haven't yet convinced us you are not the second assassin. For your sake, it would be best if you did so at once.
Nadine's eyes darted between the two women watching her. Her relief reversed to alarm.
Me? A killer? But I'm a woman.
So am I, Kara said. One who is going to have your blood all over this room until you tell us the truth. Nadine spun around and snatched up the chair, brandishing its legs toward Kara and Kalen.
Stay away! I'm warning you! Tommy Lancaster and his friend Lester once thought to have their way with me, and they now have to eat all their meals without the benefit of their front teeth.
Put down the chair, Kara warned in a deadly hiss, or you will be eating your next meal in the spirit world. Nadine dropped the chair as if it had caught fire. She retreated until she was up against the wall.
Leave me be! I didn't do anything!
Kalen gently hooked Kara's arm and urged her back. Let a sister of the Aegil handle this, she said in a whisper as she lifted an eyebrow. I know I said until she makes a threatening move, but a chair is hardly the kind of threat I had in mind. Kara's mouth twisted in annoyance. All right, for the moment. Kalen turned to Nadine. I need some answers. Tell the truth. And if you really have nothing to do with this assassin, you will have my sincere apology, and I'll do what I can to make up for our inhospitality. But if you lie to me, and you intend to do harm to Lord Rahl, the guards outside have orders not to allow you to leave this room alive. Do you understand? Nadine, her back pressed against the wall, nodded. You asked to see Lord Rahl. Nadine nodded again. Why?
I'm on my way to my love. He's been gone since last autumn. We're to be wed, and I'm on my way to him.
She brushed a strand of hair back from her eyes.
But I don't know where he is exactly. I was told to go see Lord Rahl and I would find my betrothed.
Nadine's lower lids brimmed with tears.
That's why I wanted to speak with this Lord Rahl, to ask if he could help.
I see, Kalen said. I can understand your distress over your love being missing. What is your young man's name? Nadine pulled her kerchief from her sleeve and dabbed it at her eyes.
Richard.
Richard. Is there more to his name? Nadine nodded.
Richard Cypher.
Kalen had to remind herself to draw a breath through her open mouth, but her mind couldn't seem to make her tongue work.
Who?
Kara asked.
Richard Cypher. He's a woods guide where I live, in Heartland. That's in Westland, where we live.
What do you mean? You're to wed him? Kalen finally managed in a whisper. She felt her world threatening to crush in around her as 1,000 things all at once whirled chaotically in her mind. Did he tell you that? Nadine twisted her damp kerchief.
Well, he was courting me. It was understood. But then he disappeared. A woman came and told me that we're to be married. She said that the sky had spoken to her. She was a mystic of some sort. She knew all about my Richard, how kind and strong and handsome he is and all. She knew all manner of things about me, too. She said that it's my destiny to marry Richard and Richard's destiny to be my husband.
Woman? Kalen could get out no more than that one word. Nadine nodded.
Shota, she said her name was.
Kalen's hands balled into fists. Her voice returned with venom. Shota. Did this woman, Shota, have anyone with her?
Yes, a strange little fellow with yellow eyes. He kind of scared me, but she said he was harmless. Shota is the one who told me to come see Lord Rahl. She said Lord Rahl could help me find my Richard.
Kalen recognized the description of Shota's companion, Samuel. This woman's voice, calling Richard, my Richard, kept thundering around in the storm in Kalen's head. She worked at making her voice sound calm. Nadine, please wait here.
I will,
Nadine said, gathering her composure.
Is everything all right? You believe me, don't you? Every word is true.
Kalen didn't answer, but instead pulled her stunned stare from Nadine and marched from the room. Kara closed the door as she followed on Kalen's heels. Kalen staggered to a halt in the outer room, everything swimming in a watery red blur.
Mother Confessor, Kara whispered. What's wrong? Your face is as red as my leather. Who is this Shota?
Shota is a witch woman. Kara stiffened at that news.
And do you know this Richard Cypher?
Kalen twice swallowed past the painful lump in the back of her throat.
Richard was raised by his stepfather. Until Richard found out that Darken Rahl was his real father,
His name was Richard Cypher. Chapter 5. "I'll kill her," Kaelin rasped in a hoarse voice as she stared off at nothing. "With my bare hands I'll strangle the life out of her." Kara turned toward the bedroom. "I will take care of it. Better if you let me take care of her." Kaelin hooked Kara's arm. "Not her! I'm talking about Shota." She gestured toward the bedroom door. "She doesn't understand any of this. She doesn't know about Shota." "You know this witch woman, then?" Kaelin bitterly huffed out a breath. "Oh, yes, I know her. She's been trying to prevent Richard and me from being together since the first." "Why would she do that?" Kaelin turned away from the bedroom door. "I don't know. She gives a different reason every time, but I sometimes fear that it's because she wants Richard for herself." Kara frowned. "How would getting Lord Ral to marry this little strumpet gain Shota, Lord Ral?" Kaelin flicked a hand. "I don't know. Shota is always up to something. She's caused us trouble at every turn." Her fists tightened with resolve. "But it won't work this time. If it's the last thing I do, I'm going to end her meddling. And then Richard and I are going to be married." Her voice dropped to a whispered oath. "If I have to touch Shota with my power and send her to the underworld, I will end her meddling." Kara folded her arms as she considered the problem. "What do you wish done with Nadine?" Her blue eyes turned toward the bedroom. "It still might be best to get rid of her." Kaelin squeezed the bridge of her nose between a finger and thumb. "This isn't Nadine's doing. She's simply a pawn in Shota's plotting." "One foot soldier can sometimes cause you more trouble than a general's battle plan," listening to a wind in the halls. "Lord Ral is coming." The ability of the Mord Sith to sense Richard through their bond to him was uncanny, if not unnerving. The door opened. Berdine and Raina, wearing leather of the same cut and skin-tight style as Kara's, but brown rather than red, strutted into the room. Both were a bit shorter than Kara, but no less attractive. Where Kara was leggy, muscular, and without a spare ounce of fat, blue-eyed Berdine had a more curvaceous shape. Berdine's wavy brown hair was plaited in the characteristic long braid of a Mord Sith, as was graceful Raina's fine dark hair. All three shared the same ruthless confidence. Raina's incisive dark-eyed gaze took in Kara's red leather, but she made no comment. Both she and Berdine wore grim, forbidding expressions. The two Mord Sith turned to face one another from either side of the door. "We present Lord Ral," Berdine said in an officious tone. "The seeker of truth and wielder of the sword of truth, the bringer of death, the master of Dahara, the ruler of the Midlands, the commander of the Gar nation, the champion of free people and bane of the wicked." Her penetrating blue eyes turned to Kaelin. "And the betrothed of the Mother Confessor." She lifted an introductory arm toward the door. Kaelin couldn't imagine what was going on. She had seen the Mord Sith display a variety of temperaments, from imperious to mischievous, but she had never seen them acting ceremonial. Richard strode into the room. His raptor gaze locked on Kaelin. For an instant, the world stopped. There was nothing else but the two of them, joined in a silent link. A smile widened on his lips and gleamed in his eyes, a smile of unbounded love. There was only her and Richard, only his eyes. But the rest of him. She felt her mouth drop open. In astonishment, Kaelin put a hand over her heart. As long as she had known him, he had worn only his simple woods clothes. But now, his black boots were all she recognized. The tops of the boots were wrapped with leather thongs, pinned with silver emblems embossed with geometric designs, and covered new black wool trousers. Over a black shirt was a black open-sided tunic, decorated with symbols, snaking along a wide gold band running all the way around its squared edges. A wide, multi-layered leather belt bearing several more of the silver emblems, and a gold-worked pouch to each side cinched the magnificent tunic at his waist. The ancient tooled leather baldric holding the gold and silver-wrought scabbard for the sword of truth crossed over his right shoulder. At each wrist was a wide, leather-padded silver band, bearing linked rings encompassing more of the strange symbols. His broad shoulders bore a cape that appeared to be made of spun gold. He looked at once noble and sinister, regal and deadly. He looked like a commander of kings, and like a vision of what the prophecies had named him, the bringer of death. Kaelin would never have thought he could look more handsome than he always did, more commanding, more imposing.
She was wrong. As her jaw worked, trying to bring forth words that weren't there, he crossed the room. He bent and kissed her temple. "Good," Kara announced. "She needed that. She had a headache." She lifted an eyebrow to Kaelin. "All better now?" Kaelin, hardly able to get her breath, hardly hearing Kara, touched her fingers to him, as if to test if this was a vision or real. "Like it?" he asked. "Like it? Dear spirits," she breathed. He chuckled. "I'll take that for a yes." Kaelin wished everyone was gone. "But Richard, what is this? Where did you get all this?" She couldn't take her hand from his chest. She liked the feel of his breathing. She could feel his heart beating, too, and she could feel her own heart pounding. "Well," he said, "I knew you wanted me to get some new clothes." She pulled her gaze from his body and looked up into his gray eyes. "What? I never said that." He laughed. "Your beautiful green eyes said it for you. When you looked at my old woods outfit, your eyes spoke quite clearly." She took a step back and gestured to the new clothes. "Where did you get all this?" He clasped one of her hands, and with the fingers of his other lifted her chin to gaze into her eyes. "You're so beautiful. You're going to look magnificent in your blue wedding dress. I want it to look worthy of the Mother Confessor herself when we're married. I had it made in a hurry so as not to delay our wedding." "He had the seamstresses make it for him. It was a surprise," Kara said. "I never told her your secret, Lord Rahl. She tried her best to get it out of me, but I didn't tell her." "Thank you, Kara," Richard laughed. "I bet it wasn't easy." Kaelin laughed with him. "But this is wonderful. Mistress Wellington made all this for you?" "Well, not all of it. I told her what I wanted, and she and the other seamstresses went to work. I think she did a fine job." "I will give her my compliments, if not a hug." Kaelin tested the cape between a finger and thumb. "She made this? I've never seen anything like it. I can't believe she made this." "Well, no," Richard admitted. "That and some of the other things came from the Wizard's Keep." "The Keep? What were you doing up there?" "When I was there before, I came across these rooms where the wizards used to stay. I went back and had a better look at some of the things that belonged to them." "When did you do this?" "A few days ago, when you were busy meeting with some of the officials from our new allies." Kaelin's brow tightened as she appraised the outfit. "The wizards of that time wore this? I thought wizards always wore simple robes." "Most of them did. One wore some of this." "What kind of wizard wore an outfit like this?" "A war wizard." "A war wizard," she whispered in astonishment. Though he largely didn't know how to use his gift, Richard was the first war wizard to have been born in nearly 3,000 years. Kaelin was about to launch into a raft of questions, but remembered that there were more consequential matters at the moment. Her mood sank. "Richard," she looked away from his eyes, "there is someone here to see you." She heard the bedroom door squeak. "Richard?" Nadine, standing in the doorway, expectantly twisted her kerchief in her fingers. "I heard Richard's voice." "Nadine?" Nadine's eyes went as big as Sandarian gold crowns. "Richard." Richard smiled politely. "Nadine." His mouth smiled anyway. His eyes, though, held no hint of a smile. It was as discordant a look as Kaelin had ever seen on his face. Kaelin had seen Richard angry. She had seen him in the lethal rage from magic of the Sword of Truth, when the magic danced dangerously in his eyes, and she had seen him with the deadly calm countenance invoked when he turned the blade white. In the fury of commitment and determination, Richard was capable of looking frightening. But no look she had ever seen on his face was as terrifying to Kaelin as the one she saw now. This wasn't a deadly rage that gripped his eyes or a lethal commitment. This was somehow worse. The depth of disinterest in that empty smile in his eyes was frightening. The only way Kaelin could imagine it being worse would be if such a gaze were directed her way. That look, so devoid of fervor, if directed at her, would have broken her heart. Nadine apparently didn't know him as well as did Kaelin. She didn't see anything but the smile on his lips. "Oh, Richard!" Nadine dashed across the room and threw her arms around his neck. She seemed ready to throw her legs around Richard, too. Kaelin shot an arm out to stop Kara before the moored Sith could take more than a step. Kaelin had to force herself to stand her ground and hold her tongue. Despite everything she and Richard meant to each other, she knew that this was something beyond her say. This was Richard's past. And as well as she knew him, some of that past, his romantic past anyway, was largely unknown territory. Up until that moment, it had seemed unimportant. Fearing to say the wrong thing, Kaylin said nothing. Her fate was in Richard's hands, and those of a beautiful woman who at that moment had hers around his neck. But worse, her fate seemed once again in Shota's hands. Nadine began planting kisses all over Richard's neck, even as he tried to hold his head away from her. He placed his hands on her waist and pushed her away. "Nadine, what are you doing here?"
"Looking for you, silly," she said in a breathless voice. "Everyone's been puzzled, worried since you disappeared last autumn. My father missed you. I've missed you. None of us knew what happened to you. Zed's missing, too. The boundary came down, and then you came up missing. And Zed and your brother. I know you were upset when your father was murdered, but we didn't expect you to run away."
Her words were running together in breathless excitement. "Well, it's a long story, and one I'm sure you wouldn't be interested in." True to Richard's words, she didn't seem to hear a bit of it and simply rambled on.
"I had so much to take care of first. I had to get Lindy Hamilton to promise to get the winter roots for Pa. He's been beside himself without you to bring him some of the special plants he needs that only you can seem to find. I've done my best, but I don't know the woods like you. He's hoping Lindy will be able to fill in until I can get you home. Then I had to think what to take and how to find my way. I've been looking so long. I came to speak with somebody named Lord Rall, hoping he would help me find you. I never in all the world dreamed I'd find you before I even talked to him."
"I am Lord Rall." This, too, she seemed not to hear. She stepped back and looked him up and down.
"Richard, what are you doing in that outfit? Who are you pretending to be? Get changed. We'll go home. Everything's fine now that I found you. We'll be back home soon, and everything will be back to the way it was. We'll be married and—"
"What?" She blinked.
"Married. We'll be married and have a house and everything. You can build us a better one. Your old house won't do. We'll have children, lots of children. Sons, lots of sons, big and strong like my Richard." She grinned. "I love you, my Richard. We're going to be married at last."
His smile, as empty as it had been, was gone, and in its place a serious scowl grew. "Where did you ever get an idea like that?" Nadine laughed as she playfully ran a finger down his front. She finally glanced about. No one else was so much as smiling. Her laughter died out, and she sought refuge in Richard's gaze.
"But, Richard, you and me, like it was always supposed to be. We'll be married, at last, like it was always meant to be."
Kara leaned toward Kaylin to whisper in her ear. "You should have let me kill her." Richard's glare wiped the smirk from the Mord Sith's mouth and drained the blood from her face. He turned back to Nadine. "Where did you get such an idea?" Nadine was appraising his clothes again.
"Richard, you look foolish dressed like this. Sometimes I wonder if you have a lick of sense. What are you doing playing at being a king? And where did you get such a sword? Richard, I know you would never steal, but you don't have the kind of money such a weapon would cost. If you want it in a bed or something, you can sell it so that we—" Richard gripped her by the shoulders and gave her a shake. "Nadine, we were never engaged to be married or even close. Where did you get a crazy idea like that? What are you doing here?" Nadine finally wilted under his glower. "Richard, I've come a long way. I've never been out of Heartland before. It was hard traveling. Doesn't that mean anything to you? Doesn't that count for anything? I would never have left except to come get you. I love you, Richard."
Ulick, one of Richard's 2 huge personal bodyguards, ducked as he stepped through the doorway. "Lord Rall, if you are not busy, General Curson has a problem and needs to speak with you." Richard turned a hot glare toward the towering Ulick. "In a minute." Ulick, not used to Richard directing such a forbidding look or tone his way, bowed. "I will tell him, Lord Rall." Puzzled, Nadine watched the mountain of muscle duck back out the doorway.
"Lord Rall? Richard, what in the name of the good spirits was that man talking about? What trouble have you gotten yourself into? You were always so sensible. What have you done? Why are you tricking these people? Who are you playing at being?"
He seemed to cool a bit, and his voice turned weary. "Nadine, it's a long story, and one I'm not in the mood to repeat just now. I'm afraid I'm not the same person. It's been a long time since I've left home. A great many things have happened. I'm sorry you've come a long way for nothing, but what was once between us—" Kaylin expected a sheepish glance her way. She never got one. Nadine took a step back. She looked around at all the faces watching her. Kaylin, Kara, Berdine, Raina, and the silent hulk of Egan back near the door. Nadine threw her hands up.
"What's the matter with all you people? Who do you think this man is?" He's Richard Cypher, my Richard. He's a woods guide, a nobody. He's just a simple boy from Heartland playing at being somebody important. He's not. Are you all blind fools? He's my Richard, and we're to be married."
Kara finally broke the silence. "We all know quite well who this man is. Apparently you do not. He is Lord Rahl, the master of Dahara, and the ruler of what was the Midlands. At least he is the ruler of those who have so far surrendered to him. Everyone in this room, if not this city, would lay down their lives to protect him. We all owe him more than our loyalty. We owe him our lives." "We can all only be who we are," Richard told Nadine. "No more and no less. A very wise woman told me that one time." Nadine whispered her incredulity, but Kaelin couldn't hear the words. Richard put his arm around Kaelin's waist. In that gentle touch she read the message of comfort and love, and suddenly felt profound sorrow for this woman standing before strangers, exposing such personal matters of the heart. "Nadine," Richard said in a quiet tone, "this is Kaelin, the wise woman I spoke of, the woman I love. Kaelin, not Nadine. Kaelin and I are soon to be married. We're shortly going to leave to be wedded by the Mud People. Nothing in this world is going to change that." Nadine seemed afraid to take her eyes from Richard, as if she feared that if she did, it would become true.
"Mud People? What in the name of the spirits are Mud People? Sounds dreadful. Richard, you—"
She seemed to gather her resolve. She pressed her lips together and suddenly scowled. She shook her finger at him.
"Richard Cypher, I don't know what kind of foolish game you're playing, but I'll not have it. You listen to me, you big oaf. You go get your things packed. We're going home."
"I am home, Nadine." Nadine at last could think of no counter. "Nadine, who told you all this marriage business?" The fire had gone out of her.
"A mystic named Shota."
Kaelin tensed at the sound of that name. Shota was the true threat. No matter what Nadine said or wanted, it was Shota who had the power to cause trouble. "Shota." Richard wiped a hand across his face. "Shota, I might have known." And then Richard did the last thing Kaelin would have expected. He chuckled. He stood there with everyone watching him, threw his head back and laughed aloud. Somehow it magically melted Kaelin's fears. That Richard would simply laugh off what Shota might do somehow trivialized the threat. Suddenly her heart felt buoyant. Richard said that the Mud People were going to marry them, as they both wanted, and the fact that Shota wished otherwise was worth no more than a chuckle. Richard's arm around her waist tightened with a loving squeeze. She felt her cheeks tighten with a grin of her own. Richard waved an apology. "Nadine, I'm sorry. I'm not laughing at you. It's just that Shota has been playing her little tricks on us for a long time. It's unfortunate that she's used you in her scheme, but it's just one of her wretched games. She's a witch woman."
"Witch woman?"
Nadine whispered. Richard nodded. "She's taken us in with her little dramas in the past, but not this time. I no longer care what Shota says. I'm not playing her games anymore." Nadine looked perplexed.
"A witch woman? Magic? I've been plied with magic? But she said that the sky had spoken to her."
"Is that so? Well, I don't care if the Creator himself has spoken to her."
"She said that the wind hunts you. I was worried. I wanted to help."
"The wind hunts me? Well, it's always something with her." Nadine's gaze drifted from his.
"But what about us?"
"Nadine, there is no us." The edge returned to his voice. "You of all people know the truth of that." Her chin lifted with indignation.
"I don't know what you're talking about."
He watched her for a long moment, as if considering saying more than he finally did. "Have it your way, Nadine." For the first time, Kaelin felt embarrassed. Whatever the exchange had meant, she felt like an intruder hearing it. Richard seemed uncomfortable, too. "I'm sorry, Nadine, but I have things I have to take care of. If you need help getting home, I'll see what I can do. Whatever you need, a horse, supplies, whatever. Tell everyone back in Heartland that I'm fine, and I send my best wishes." He turned to the waiting eunuch. "Is General Curson here?"
"Yes, Lord Rahl."
Richard took a step toward the door. "I'd best go see what his problem is." General Curson instead entered from right around the doorway when he heard his name. Graying but muscular and fit, and a head shorter than Richard, he cut an imposing figure in his burnished leather uniform. His upper arms bore scars of rank, their shiny white furrows showing through the short chainmail sleeves. He clapped a fist to his heart in salute. Lord Rahl, I need to speak with you. Fine, speak. The general hesitated. I meant alone, Lord Rahl. Richard looked in no mood to dally with the man. There are no spies here. Speak. It's about the men, Lord Rahl. A great many of them are sick. Sick? What's wrong with them? Well, Lord Rahl, that is... Richard's brow tightened. Out with it. Lord Rahl... General Curson glanced among the women before clearing his throat. I've got over half my army, well, out of commission, squatting and groaning with debilitating bouts of diarrhea. Richard's brow relaxed. Oh. Well, I'm sorry. I hope they're better soon. It's a miserable state to be in. It's not an uncommon condition among an army, but to be this widespread, it is. And because it is so widespread, something has to be done. Well, be sure they get plenty to drink. Keep me informed. Let me know how they're doing. Lord Rahl, something has to be done. Now. We can't have this. It's not like they're stricken with spotted fever, General. General Curson clasped his hands behind his back and took a patient breath. Lord Rahl, General Reibisch, before he went south, told us that you wanted your officers to voice their opinions to you when we thought it important. He said that you told him that you may get angry if you didn't like what we had to say, but you wouldn't punish us for voicing our views. He said you wanted to know our opinions because we've had more experience at dealing with troops and with command of an army than you. Richard wiped a hand back and forth across his mouth. You're right, General. So what is it that's so vital? Well, Lord Rahl, I'm one of the heroes of the Shenavant Province revolt. That's in Dahara. I was a lieutenant at the time. There were 500 of us, and we came upon the rebel force, 7,000 strong, encamped in a scrag wood. We attacked at first light and ended the revolt before the day was out. There were no Shenavant rebels left by sunset. Very impressive, General. General Curson shrugged. Not really. Nearly all their men had their pants down around their ankles. You ever tried to fight when the grips had your guts? Richard admitted that he hadn't. Everyone called us heroes, but it doesn't take a hero to split a man's skull when he's so dizzy with diarrhea that he can hardly lift his head. I wasn't proud of what we did, but it was our duty, and we ended the revolt, and undoubtedly prevented the greater bloodshed that would have occurred if their force had gotten well and escaped us. No telling what they would have done, how many more would have died. But they didn't. We took them down because they were sick with dysentery and couldn't keep their feet. He swept his arm around, indicating the surrounding countryside. I've got over half my men down. We've not a full force because General Reibisch went off to the south. What's left isn't in fighting condition. Something has to be done. A sizable enough foe attacks now and we're in trouble. We're vulnerable. We could lose Aidendrill. I'd be grateful if you knew something we could do to reverse the situation. Why are you bringing this to me? Don't you have healers? The healers we have are for those kinds of problems caused by steel. We tried going to some of the herb sellers and healers here in Aidendrill, but they couldn't begin to handle the numbers. He shrugged. You're the Lord Rahl. I thought you would know what to do. You're right. The herb dealers wouldn't have anything in that kind of quantity. Richard pinched his lower lip as he thought. Garlic will take care of it, if they eat enough. Blueberries will help, too. Get plenty of garlic into the men and supplement it with blueberries. There would be enough of those around. The general leaned in with a dubious frown. Garlic and blueberries? Are you serious? My grandfather taught me about herbs and remedies and such things. Trust me, General, it will work. They've got to drink plenty of tannin tea from quinch oak bark, too. Garlic, blueberries, and the quinch oak tea should take care of it. Richard looked over his shoulder. Right, Nadine? She nodded.
That would do it, but it would be easier yet if you gave them powdered bistort.
I thought of that, but we'll never find any bistort this time of year, and the herb sellers wouldn't begin to have enough.
It doesn't take that much in powdered form, and it would work best, Nadine said. How many men, sir?
Last report was in the neighborhood of 50,000, the general said. By now, who knows?
Nadine's eyebrows lifted in surprise at the number. I've never seen that much bistort in my life. They'd be old men before that much could be gathered. Richard's right, then. Garlic, blueberries, and quinch oak tea. Comfrey tea would work, too, but no one will carry that kind of quantity. Quinch oak is your best bet, but it's hard to find. If there aren't any quinch oaks to be had,
Arrowwood would at least be better than nothing.
No, Richard said. I've seen quench oak up in the high ridges to the northeast. General Curson scratched his stubble. What's a quench oak? An oak tree. The kind of oak tree that will be what your men need. It has a yellow inner bark that you can use to make the tea. A tree. Lord Rahl, I can identify 10 different kinds of steel just from the feel of it between my fingers, but I couldn't tell one tree from another if I had extra eyes. Surely you must have men who know trees.
Richard, Nadine said, quench oak is what we call it in Heartland. I've collected roots and plants on my way here that I know the names of, but are called different by the people I've met. If these men drink tea from the wrong tree, the best you can hope for is that it won't harm them, but it won't solve the problem. The garlic and blueberries will help their gut, but they need the liquid for what was drained out of the rest of them. The tea helps stop them from losing all that water and builds their health back up.
Yes, I know. He rubbed his eyes. General, get a detachment together. About 500 wagons and extra pack horses in case we can't get the wagons close. I know where the trees are. I'll lead you up there.
Richard laughed quietly to himself.
Once a guide, always a guide.
The men will appreciate it that Lord Rahl is concerned about their well-being, the general said. I for sure appreciate it, Lord Rahl.
Thanks, General. Get everything needed together, and I'll meet you out at the stable shortly. I'd like to get up there, at least before dark. Those passes are no place to be stumbling around in the dark, especially with wagons. The moon is near full, but even that won't help enough.
We'll be ready before you can walk out there, Lord Rahl.
After a quick fist to his heart in salute, the general was gone. Richard flashed Nadine another of his empty smiles.
Thanks for the help.
And then he turned his full attention to the moored Sith clad in red leather. Chapter 6. Richard gripped Kara's jaw and lifted her face. He turned her head so he could better see the oozing cut on her cheek. What's this? She glanced to Kalen when he released his hold on her.
A man refused my advances.
Is that so? Maybe he was put off by your choice of red leather. Richard looked at Kalen. What's going on? We've got a palace full of guards so jumpy that they even challenged me when I came in. We've got squads of archers guarding stairwells, and I've not seen so much bared steel since the Blood of the Fold attacked the city. His eyes had that raptor gaze again. Who's down in the pit?
I told you, Kara whispered to Kalen. He always finds out.
Kalen had told Kara not to mention Marlin because she feared he might somehow hurt Richard. But once Marlin had revealed that there was a second assassin, everything changed. She had to tell Richard that there was a Sister of the Dark wandering around loose.
An assassin showed up to kill you.
Kalen gestured with a tilt of her head toward Kara.
Little Miss Magic here goaded him into using his gift on her so that she could capture him. We put him down in the pit for safekeeping.
Richard glanced at Kara before addressing Kalen. Little Miss Magic, eh? Why did you let her do that?
He said he wanted to kill you. Kara decided to question him in her own fashion.
Do you think that was necessary? He asked Kara. We have a whole army. One man couldn't get to me.
He also said he intended to kill the Mother Confessor.
Richard's expression darkened. Then I hope you didn't show him your gentle side. Kara smiled. No, Lord Rahl.
Richard, Kalen said, it's worse than that. He was a wizard from the Palace of the Prophets. He said that he came with the Sister of the Dark. We haven't found her yet.
A Sister of the Dark. Great. How did you manage to discover that this man was an assassin?
He announced himself, believe it or not. He claims that Jagang sent him to kill you and me, and that his orders were to announce himself once inside the Confessor's palace.
Then Jagang's plan wasn't really for this man to kill us. Jagang isn't that stupid. What was this Sister of the Dark to do here in Aidendrill? Did he say that she was here to kill us too? Or that she was here for some other purpose?
Marlin didn't know, Kalen said. After what Kara did to him, I believe him.
Which sister is it? What's her name?
Marlin didn't know her name.
Richard nodded. That's possible. How long was he in the city before he announced himself?
I'm not sure exactly. I assumed a few days.
Then why didn't he come directly to the palace once he arrived?
I don't know, Kalen said. I didn't ask him that.
How long was he with the sister? What did they do while they were here?
I don't know, Kalen hesitated. I guess I didn't think to ask him.
Well, if he was with her, she must have had something to say to him. She would have been the one in charge. What did she say to him?
I don't know.
Did this Marlin see anyone else while he was in the city? Did he meet with anyone else? Where did he stay? It was the seeker questioning her, not Richard. Even though he wasn't raising his voice or using a threatening tone, Kalen's ears burned.
I didn't think to ask.
What did they do while they were together? Did she have anything with her? Did she buy anything or pick up anything? Or talk to anyone else who could end up being another part of a team? Was there anyone else they were ordered to kill?
I didn't...
Richard combed his fingers through his hair. One obviously doesn't send an assassin and have him announce himself to the guards at the intended victim's door. That will only get your assassin killed instead. Maybe Jagang had this man do something before he came to the palace, and then once the task was done, he wanted Marlin to come here so we would kill him, and eliminate any chance we would find out what's going on before the sister carried out the true plot. Jagang certainly wouldn't care if we killed one of his pawns. He has plenty more, and he doesn't value human life.
Kalen twisted her fingers together behind her back. She was feeling decidedly foolish.
Richard's furrowed brow over his piercing gray eyes wasn't helping.
Richard, we knew that there was a woman up here who was asking to see you just as Marlin did. We didn't know who Nadine was. Marlin didn't know the sister's name, but he gave us a description, young, pretty, and with long brown hair. We were worried that Nadine might be the sister, right here among us, and so we left Marlin down there and came up here at once to see about Nadine. That was our priority, stopping a sister of the dark if she was in the palace. We'll ask Marlin all those questions later. He's not going anywhere.
Richard's raptor gaze softened as he took a contemplative breath. He finally nodded. You did the right thing. You're right about the questions being less important. I'm sorry. I should have realized you would do what was best. He lifted a cautionary finger. Leave this Marlin fellow to me. Richard turned the raptor gaze on Kara. I don't want you and Kalen down there with him. Understand? Something could happen. Kara would offer her life without question to protect his, but by her glare she was apparently beginning to resent having her ability questioned. And how dangerous was a big, strong man at the end of Denna's leash as she walked him with impunity among the public at the People's Palace in Dahara? Did she have to do more than tuck the end of her pet's thin chain under her belt to demonstrate her complete control? Did he ever once so much as dare to let tension come to that leash? The man at the end of that leash had been Richard. Kara's blue eyes flashed with indignation, like sudden lightning from a clear blue sky. Kalen almost would have expected Richard to draw his sword in rage. Instead, he watched her as if listening dispassionately to her opinion and waiting to see if she had anything to add. Kalen wondered if Mord Sith feared being struck dead or welcomed it. Lord Thrall, I have this power. Nothing can happen. I'm sure you do. I don't doubt your abilities, Kara. But I don't want Kalen put at risk, no matter how inconceivable the risk, when it isn't necessary. You and I will go question Marlin when I get back. I trust you with my life, but I just don't want to trust Kalen's to an ugly twist of fate. Jagang overlooked the ability of the Mord Sith, probably because he doesn't know enough about the New World to know what a Mord Sith is. He's made a mistake. I simply want to make sure we don't make a mistake, too. All right? When I get back, we'll question Marlin and find out what's really going on. As quickly as it had come, the storm in Kara's eyes passed. Richard's calm demeanor had quelled it, and in seconds it seemed as if nothing had happened. Kalen almost wasn't sure Kara had actually said the savage things she had heard. Almost. Kalen wished she could have thought through the matter of Marlin when she had had the chance. Richard made it all seem so simple to her. She guessed that she was so worried for him that she just wasn't thinking clearly. That was a mistake. She knew she shouldn't allow her concern to cloud her thinking, lest she cause the harm she feared. Richard held the back of Kalen's neck as he kissed her brow. I'm relieved that you weren't hurt. You frighten me the way you get it in your head to put your life before mine. Don't do it again? Kalen smiled. She didn't promise, but instead changed the subject. I'm worried about you leaving the safety of the palace. I don't like you being out there when a Sister of the Dark is about. I'll be all right. But the Jarian ambassador is here, along with representatives from Grenadon. They have huge standing armies. There are a few others here, too, from smaller lands. Mardovia, Pendleton Reach, and Togressa. They're all expecting to meet with you tonight. Richard hooked a thumb behind the wide leather belt. Look, they can surrender to you. They're either with us or against us. They don't need to see me. They just have to agree to the terms of surrender. Kalen touched her fingers to his arm.
But you are Lord Rahl, the master of Dahara. You made the demands. They expect to see you.
Then they'll have to wait until tomorrow night. Our men come first. General Curson is right. If the men can't fight, we're in trouble. The Daharan army is the main reason the lands are ready to surrender. We can't show any weakness in our ability to lead.
But I don't want us to be separated, she whispered.
Richard smiled. I know. I feel the same. But this is important.
Promise me you'll be careful.
His smile widened. I promise. And you know that a wizard always keeps his promise.
All right, then. But hurry back.
I will. You just stay away from that Marlin fellow. He turned to the others. Kara, you and Raina stay here, along with Egan. Ulick, I'm sorry I yelled at you. I'll make it up to you by letting you come with me so you can watch me with those big blue eyes and make me feel guilty. He turned to the last of them. Berdine, since I know that you three will make my life miserable if I don't take at least one of you, you can come with me. Berdine turned a grin on Nadine.
I'm Lord Rahl's favorite.
Nadine, rather than looking impressed, appeared dumbfounded, as she had throughout most of the preceding conversation. Nadine finally turned a haughty look on Richard. She folded her arms across her breasts.
And are you going to boss me around, too? Are you going to tell me what to do like you seem to enjoy doing to everyone else?
Richard, rather than getting angry, as Kalin thought he might at the insult, looked more disinterested than ever. There are a lot of people fighting for our freedom, fighting to stop the Imperial Order from enslaving the Midlands, Dahara, and eventually Westland. I lead those willing to fight for their own freedom and on behalf of innocent people who would otherwise be enslaved. I lead because circumstances have placed me in command. I don't do it for power or because I enjoy it. I do it because I must. To my enemies or potential enemies, I deliver demands. To those loyal to me, I issue orders. You are neither, Nadine. Do as you wish. Nadine's freckles disappeared as her cheeks mantled. Richard lifted his sword a few inches and let it drop back, unconsciously checking that the blade was clear in its scabbard. Berdine, Ulick, get your things and meet me out at the stables. Richard scooped up Kalen's hand and pulled her toward the door. I need to talk to the Mother Confessor. Alone. Richard took Kalen down the passageway, crowded with muscular Daharan guards wearing dark leather and chainmail and bristling weapons, to an empty side hall. He pulled her around the corner, into the shadow beneath a silver lamp, and backed her up against a wall paneled in age-mellowed cherry. With a finger, he gently squashed the end of her nose. I couldn't leave without kissing you goodbye. Kalen grinned.
Didn't want to kiss me in front of an old girlfriend?
You're the only one I love. The only one I've ever loved. Richard's features distorted in chagrin. You can understand how it would be if one of your old boyfriends showed up.
No, I can't.
His face went blank for just an instant, and then went crimson. Sorry, I wasn't thinking. Confessors had no boyfriends as they grew up. The deliberate touch of a confessor destroyed a person's mind, and in its place left only mindless devotion to the confessor who had touched him with her power. A confessor always had to restrain her grip on her power, lest it be accidentally released. It generally wasn't difficult. Her power grew as she did, and being born with the power, the ability to restrain it came as naturally as breathing. But in the throes of passion, an experience she hadn't grown up with, it was impossible for a confessor to maintain that restraint. A lover's mind would unintentionally be destroyed in the distracted, unrestrained apex of a confessor's passion. Confessors, even if they wished it, had no friends save other confessors. People feared them, feared their power. Men especially feared confessors. No man wanted to get within striking distance of a confessor. Confessors didn't have lovers. A confessor chose her mate for qualities desirable in her daughter, for the father he could be. A confessor never chose for love, because the act of loving would destroy the person she loved. No one willingly wed a confessor. A confessor chose her mate and took him with her magic before they were wedded. Men feared a confessor who had yet to choose a mate. She was a destroyer among them, a predator, and men her potential prey. Only Richard had defeated that magic. His unequivocal love for her had transcended her power. Kalen was the only confessor she had ever heard of who had the love of a man and could reciprocate that love. In her whole life she had never imagined she would fulfill that most exalted of human desires, love. She had heard it said,
that there was only one true love in a person's life. With Richard, that was more than a saying. It was the dead cold truth. More than any of it, though, she simply loved him helplessly and completely. That he loved her, and they could be together, sometimes left her numb with disbelief. She dragged her finger down his leather baldric.
So, you never think about her? You never wonder?
No. Look, I've known Nadine since I was little. Her father, Cecil Brighton, sells herbs and remedies. I'd bring him rare plants now and again. He'd let me know if there was something he wanted but couldn't find. When I went out to guide people, I'd keep an eye out for what he needed. Nadine always wanted to be like her father, to learn what herbs helped people and to work in his shop. She'd go with me sometimes to learn how to find certain plants.
She only went with you to look for plants?
Well, no. There was a little more to it than that. Sometimes I'd go visit her and her parents. I'd go for walks with her, even if her father hadn't asked me to find some herb. I danced with her at the Midsummer Festival last summer, before you came to Heartland. I liked her, but I never led her to think I wanted to marry her. Calen smiled, and decided to end his twisting in the wind. She wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him. She wondered briefly at something he had said to Nadine, at what more there had been, but then her mind was spinning from the feel of his powerful arms around her and his soft lips against hers. His tongue glided across the inside of her front teeth, and she sucked it in. A big hand slid down her back and pulled her hard against him. Then she pushed him away.
"Richard," she said breathlessly, "what about Shota? What if she causes trouble?"
Richard blinked, trying to banish the lust from his eyes. To the underworld with Shota.
But in the past, as much trouble as Shota caused, she always seemed to have a nugget of truth in the trouble she wrapped around it. In her own way, she was trying to do what needed doing.
She's not going to keep us from getting married.
I know, but
when I get back, we'll get married, and that will be that. His smile made a sunrise seem boring. I want you in that big bed of yours that you keep promising me.
But how can we get married now unless we do it here? It's a long way to the Mud People. We promised the Birdman and Wessalon and Savadlin and all the rest that we would be wedded as Mud People. Chandalen protected me on my journey here, and I owe him my life. Wessalon made me my beautiful blue wedding dress with her own hands out of cloth that probably took her years to earn. They took us in. They made us Mud People. The Mud People have sacrificed for us. Many have given their lives for our cause. I know it's not the kind of wedding most women dream of, a whole village of half-naked people covered in mud dancing around bonfires, calling the spirits to come join two of their people, having a feast that goes on for days with those strange drums and ritual dancers, acting out stories and all the rest. But it's the most heartfelt ceremony we could ever have.
Right now we can't leave Aidendrill to go on a long journey to the Mud People just because we want to, just for us. Everyone else is depending on us. There is a war going on. Richard pressed a gentle kiss against her forehead. I know. I want the Mud People to marry us, too. And they will, trust me. I'm the seeker. I'm giving it a lot of thought. I have a few ideas. He sighed. But right now I have to go. Take care of things, Mother Confessor. I'll be back tomorrow. Promise. She hugged him so tight it made her arms hurt. He finally separated from her and looked down into her eyes. I've got to go before it gets any later, or I'll have men getting hurt in the dark up in those passes. He paused. If Nadine needs anything, would you see that she gets it? A horse, or food, or supplies, or whatever. She's not a bad person. I don't wish her ill. She doesn't deserve what Shota did to her. Calen nodded, and then laid her head against his chest. She could hear his heart beating. Thank you for getting this outfit to be married in. You look more handsome than ever. She closed her eyes against the pain of the words she had heard back in the Red Room. Richard, why didn't you get angry when Kara said those cruel things? Because I understand what was done to them. I've been in that world of madness. Hate would have destroyed me. Forgiveness in my heart was the only thing that saved me. I don't want hate to destroy them. I didn't want to let mere words ruin what I'm trying to give them. I want them to learn to trust. Sometimes you can only gain trust by giving it. Maybe you're having an effect. Despite what Kara said back there earlier today, she said some things that made me think they understand. Calen smiled and tried to lighten the subject of the Mord Sith.
I heard you were outside today with Berdine and Raina taming chipmunks.
Taming chipmunks is easy. I was doing something considerably more difficult. I was trying to tame Mord Sith. His tone was grave, leading to the impression that his thoughts were far away. You should have seen Berdine and Raina. They were giggling, just like little girls. I almost wept at the sight.
Kaelin smiled to herself in wonder. And here I thought you were just out there wasting time. How many more Mord Sith are back at the People's Palace in Dahara?
Dozens.
Dozens?
It was a daunting thought.
At least chipmunks are plentiful.
He stroked a hand down her hair as he held her head to his chest. I love you, Kaelin Amnell. Thanks for being patient.
I love you too, Richard Rahl.
She clutched his tunic and pressed herself against him.
Richard, Shota still scares me. Promise me that you really will marry me.
He let out a little hearty laugh and then kissed the top of her head. I love you more than I could ever tell you. There was no one else, not Nadine, not anyone. I swear an oath on my gift. You are the only one I will ever love. I promise.
She could hear her heart drumming in her ears. That was not the promise she had asked for. He pushed away.
I have to go.
But
he looked back around the corner. What? I have to go.
She shooed him with a hand. Go. Hurry back to me. He blew her a kiss, and then he was gone. She leaned a shoulder against the corner as she watched his billowing gold cape recede down the hall and listened to the jangle of chainmail and weapons and thud of boots as a raft of guards trailed in his wake.
Chapter 7. The two remaining Mord Sith and Egan waited in the red sitting room. The door to the bedroom was closed.
Raina, Egan, I want you to go protect Richard, Kaelin announced as she walked in.
Lord Rahl told us to remain with you, Mother Confessor, Raina said.
Kaelin lifted an eyebrow.
Since when have you followed Lord Rahl's orders when it comes to matters of protecting him?
Raina grinned wickedly, a rare sight.
Fine by us. But he will be angry that we left you alone. I have Kara and a palace packed with guards and surrounded by troops. The biggest danger to me is that one of those hulking guards will step on my foot. Richard has only 500 men and Berdine and Ulick. I'm worried for him. What if he sends us back? Tell him... Wait.
Kaelin crossed the room to the mahogany writing desk and pulled paper, ink, and pen from under the lid. She dipped the pen, leaned over, and wrote, "Stay warm and sleep snug. It gets cold in the mountains in the spring. I love you, Kaelin." She folded the paper and handed it to Raina.
Follow at a distance. Wait until after they set up camp, then give him this message. Tell him that I told you it was important. It will be dark, and he won't send you back in the dark.
Raina unfastened 2 buttons at the side of her leather outfit and slid the note in between her breasts.
He will still be angry, but at you.
Kaelin smiled.
The big fellow doesn't scare me. I know how to cool his scowl.
Raina smiled conspiratorially.
I've noticed. She looked over her shoulder at a pleased-looking Egan. Let's do our duty and deliver the Mother Confessor's message to Lord Rahl. We need to find some slow horses.
After they had departed, Kaelin glanced to a watchful Kara and then knocked on the bedroom door.
Come in,
came Nadine's muffled voice.
Kara followed Kaelin in.
Kaelin didn't object. She knew that if she had asked her to wait outside, Kara would have ignored the order. The Mord Sith paid no heed to orders if they thought protecting her or Richard required that they did so. Nadine was rearranging things in her scruffy travel bag. Her head hung low, looking into the bag, and her thick hair dangled down around her head, hiding her face. Periodically, she pushed her kerchief in under that veil of hair.
Are you all right, Nadine?
Nadine sniffled, but didn't look up.
If you call being the biggest fool the spirits ever saw all right, then I guess I'm just dandy.
Shota has played me for a fool, too. I know how you feel.
Sure.
Is there anything you need? Richard wanted me to see to it that you have anything you need. He's concerned about you.
And pigs fly. He just wants me out of your fine room and on the road home.
That's not true, Nadine. He said that you were a nice person. Nadine finally straightened and pushed some of her hair back over her shoulder. She wiped her nose and stuffed the kerchief in a pocket in her blue dress.
I'm sorry. You must hate me. I didn't mean to come busting in here and try to take your man. I didn't know. I swear I didn't know, or I'd never have done it. I thought... Well, I thought he wanted...
The word me was drowned in the sound of her tears. Trying to imagine the devastation of losing Richard's love stirred Kaylin's sympathy. She gave Nadine a comforting hug and sat her on the bed. Nadine pulled the kerchief back out of her pocket and pressed it against her nose as she wept. Kaylin sat down on the bed next to the woman. "Why don't you tell me about it, about you and Richard, if it would make you feel better? Sometimes it helps to have someone listen."
I feel so foolish. Fault. I always liked Richard. Everybody liked Richard. He's nice to everyone. I've never seen him like he was today. He seems so different.
"He is different in some ways," Kaylin said. "Even from last autumn, when I first met him. He's been through a lot. He's had to sacrifice his old life, and he's been tested by events. He's had to learn to fight or die. He's had to face the fact that George Cypher wasn't his real father." Nadine looked up in astonishment.
George wasn't his father? Then who was? Someone named Rahl?
Kaylin nodded. Darken Rahl, the leader of Dahara.
Dahara? Until the boundary came down, I only thought of Dahara as an evil place.
It was, Kaylin said. Darken Rahl was a violent ruler who sought conquest through torture and murder. He had Richard captured and tortured nearly to death. Richard's brother, Michael, had betrayed him to Darken Rahl.
Michael? Well, I guess that really doesn't surprise me. Richard loved Michael. Michael is an important man, but he has a mean streak. If he wants something, he doesn't care who it hurts. Though no one had the nerve to voice it, I don't think anyone was too unhappy when he left and never came back. He died in the fight with Darken Rahl. Nadine didn't seem unhappy about this news either. Kaylin didn't say that Richard had had Michael executed for betraying the people he was supposed to be protecting, for his responsibility in the deaths of so many. Darken Rahl was trying to use magic that would have enslaved everyone under his rule. Richard escaped and killed his real father and saved us all. Darken Rahl was a wizard. Wizard? And Richard defeated him?
Yes. We all owe Richard a great debt for saving us from what his father would have taken the world into. Richard is a wizard, too. Nadine laughed at what she thought was a joke. Kaylin didn't so much as smile. Kara stood stone-faced. Nadine's eyes widened.
You're serious, aren't you?
Yes. Zed was his grandfather. Zed was a wizard, as was Richard's real father. Richard was born with the gift, but he doesn't know very much about how to use it.
Zed's gone, too.
He came with us in the beginning. He's been fighting with us and trying to help Richard. But a short time ago, in a battle, he was lost. I fear he was killed up at the Wizard's Keep, up on the mountain above Aidendril. Richard refuses to believe Zed was killed. Kaylin shrugged. Maybe he wasn't. That old man was the most resourceful person I've ever met, other than Richard. Nadine wiped her kerchief across her nose.
Richard and that crazy old man were best friends. That was what Richard meant then when he said that his grandfather taught him about herbs. Everyone comes to my father for remedies. My father knows just about everything about herbs, and I hope someday to know half of what he knows. But my father always said that he wished he knew half as much as old Zed. I never knew Zed was Richard's grandfather.
No one did, not even Richard. It's a long story. I'll tell you a bit of the more important parts. Kaylin looked down at her own hands nested in her lap. After Richard stopped Darken Rahl, he was taken by the Sisters of the Light to the Old World, so that they could teach him to use his gift. They would have kept him at the Palace of the Prophets in a web of magic that slowed time. They would have had him there for centuries. We thought he was lost to us. The Palace of the Prophets turned out to be infested with Sisters of the Dark, and they wanted to free the Keeper of the Underworld. They tried to use Richard to those ends, but he escaped his confinement and stopped them. In the process, the Towers of Perdition that kept the Old and New World separated were destroyed. Now Emperor Jagang of the Imperial Order in the Old World is no longer restrained by those towers and is trying to bring all the world under his rule. He wants Richard dead for thwarting him. Jagang is powerful and has a huge army. We have been unwillingly cast into a war for our destiny, our freedom, and for our very existence. Richard leads us in that war. Zed, acting in his capacity as first wizard, named Richard the Seeker of Truth. It's an ancient post, created 3,000 years ago in the great war that raged at that time. It's a solemn assignment of rectitude,
granted when there is grave need. A seeker is above any law but his own, and backs his authority with the sword of truth and its attendant magic. Fate occasionally... Richard. Nadine, her eyes wide, finally blinked.
Richard? Why Richard? Why is he in the center of all this? He's just a woods guide. He's just a nobody from Heartland.
Just because kittens are born in the hearth oven, that doesn't make them muffins. No matter where they're born, it's their destiny to grow up, to go out and kill rats. Richard is a very special kind of wizard, a war wizard. He is the first wizard with both sides of the magic, additive and subtractive, to be born in 3,000 years.
Richard didn't choose to do all this.
He does this because we are all depending on him to help us remain a free people. Richard isn't one to stand by and watch while people are hurt. Nadine looked away.
I know.
She fumbled with the kerchief in her fingers. I kind of lied to you before. About what? She heaved a sigh.
Well, when I told you about Tommy and Lester, I made it sound like it was me who knocked out their front teeth. The truth is, I was on my way to meet Richard. We were to go for a walk and look for some maple-leafed viburnum. My father needed some of the inner bark to make a decoction for a baby with colic, and he had run out. Richard knew where there was a patch. Anyway, when I was on my way through the woods to Richard's place, I came across Tommy Lancaster and his friend Lester on their way back from hunting doves. I'd fended off Tommy's unwanted advances in front of some of his pals and made him look a fool. I guess I kind of slapped him and called him a name. He thought to pay me back when he came across me in the woods. He had Lester hold me down, and he... Well, about the time he got his pants pushed down around his knees, Richard showed up. That took the starch right out of Tommy. Richard told them to be off, and said that he was going to tell their fathers. Instead of doing the smart thing and leaving, the two of them decided to put a few bird arrows in Richard to teach him a lesson to mind his own business. That's why Tommy and Lester don't have any front teeth. He told them that that was for what they wanted to do to me. He broke their valuable yew bows and told them that that was for what they wanted to do to him. He told Tommy that if he ever again tried to do that to me, he'd slice off... Well, you know.
Calen smiled. That sounds like the Richard I know. It doesn't sound like he's really changed all that much. The Tommies and Lesters are just bigger now and meaner. Nadine gave a little shrug. I guess. She looked up when Kara held out Nadine's tin cup, which Kara had filled from the ewer on the washstand. Nadine took a sip. I can't believe people are really trying to kill Richard. I can't believe anyone would want to kill him, she smirked. Even Tommy and Lester only want to knock out his teeth. She settled the cup in her lap. I can't believe his own father would want to kill him. You said Dark and Rahl had Richard tortured. Why did he do that? Calen glanced up at Kara. It's in the past. I really don't want to stir up the memories. Nadine reddened. Sorry, I almost forgot that he... and you... She drew her fingers across her cheeks, wiping away a fresh tear.
It just doesn't seem fair. You... Nadine flicked a hand in frustration. You've got everything. You have this palace. I never even knew such things existed. It looks like some vision come from the spirit world. And you have such fine things and magnificent clothes. That dress makes you look like one of the good spirits.
Nadine looked Calen in the eye.
And you're so beautiful. It doesn't seem fair. You even have beautiful green eyes. I just have dumb brown eyes. You must have had men lined up around the palace your whole life wanting you. You must have had more suitors than most women can even dream of. You have everything. You could have your pick of any man in the Midlands. And you pick a man from my home.
Love isn't always fair. It just is. And your eyes are lovely. Calen twined her fingers together and hooked her hands over a knee. What did Richard mean when he said to you that there is no us, and that you of all people should know that? Page 68. Nadine's eyes slid closed as she turned her face away. Well, I guess a lot of girls in Heartland wanted Richard, not just me. He wasn't like anyone else. He was special. I remember one time when he was about 10 or 12, and he talked two men out of fighting. He always had a way about him. He got the two men to laughing, and they left my pa's shop with an arm over each other's shoulder. Richard was always a rare person. The mark of a wizard, Calen said. So Richard must have had a lot of girlfriends? No, not really. He was nice to everyone and polite and helpful, but he never seemed to fall for anyone.
That only seemed to make them want him all the more. He didn't have a special person, a love, but a lot of us girls wanted to be the one. After Tommy and Lester tried to lay claim to me, to rape you. Yeah, I guess that was what it really was. I never liked to think that someone would really do that to me like that, holding me down and all, but I guess that's what they were trying to do, rape me. Some people don't call it that, though. Sometimes, if a boy does that to a girl, then he's laid claim to her, and the parents say that it was because the girl encouraged it, and so they make the girl and boy get married before she turns up pregnant. I know girls who had to do that. Many younglings, mostly those of the country folk, have it already decided for them who they're to marry. But sometimes a boy doesn't like who he's supposed to marry, and so he lays claim to who he wants, like Tommy tried to do to me, in the hope that either he'll get her pregnant and she'll have to marry him, or their parents will make them wed because she's been spoiled. Tommy was supposed to wed skinny Rita Wellington, and he hated her. Sometimes the girl really does encourage it, because she doesn't like who her parents picked for her. Mostly, though, younglings go along as they're told. My parents never decided for me. Some parents don't. They say that it's a recipe for trouble, as often as it is one for happiness. They said they figured that I'd know for myself what I wanted. A lot of the girls who didn't have it decided for them wanted Richard. Some of them, like me, waited long past when we should have been married and mothers 2 or 3 times over. After Richard stopped Tommy, Richard kind of always looked out for me. I started to think it was more than him just watching out for me at last. I started to think that he really wanted to be with me. It seemed like he was really noticing me as a woman, not as some kid he knew who he was protecting. I was sure of it at the Midsummer Festival last year. He danced with me more than any of the other girls. They were turning green with envy, especially when he held me close. Right then and there, I wanted him to be the one, no one else. I thought that after the festival, things would change, that he would tell me that I meant more to him than I had before. I thought he would come around and court me more serious. He didn't. Nadine held the cup of water between her knees with one hand as she worked her kerchief in the fingers of her other hand. I had other boys who wanted to court me, and I didn't want to throw my future away if Richard was never going to come to his senses. So I got it in my head to give him a shove. A shove? Nadine nodded. Besides some of the other boys, Richard's brother, Michael, was always after me, too. I think just because he always was jealous of Richard. At the time, I wasn't exactly against the idea of Michael courting me. I didn't know him so well, but he was already making somebody of himself. I thought Richard would never be anything more than a woods guide. Not that that's bad. I'm nobody special either. Richard loved the woods. Kalin smiled. He still does. If he could, I'm sure he would like nothing more than being a simple woods guide, but he can't. So what happened then? Well, I figured that if I kind of made Richard just a bit jealous, maybe he would get down off the fence and make a move for me. Sometimes men need a shove, my ma always says. So I gave him a good shove. Nadine cleared her throat. I let him catch me kissing Michael. I made sure he saw that I was having a good time of it. Kalin drew a deep breath as her eyebrows lifted. Nadine may have grown up with Richard, but she certainly didn't know him. He never even got angry at me or jealous or anything, Nadine said. He was still nice to me, and he still watched out for me, but he never came visiting, and he never asked me to go for walks after that. When I tried to talk to him about it, to explain, he just wasn't interested. Nadine stared off. He had that look in his eyes like he did today. That look that means he just doesn't care. I never knew what it meant until I saw it again today. I think he really had cared and expected me to show him I cared by being loyal, but I'd betrayed him. Nadine dabbed at her lower lids as she took labored breaths. Shota told me that Richard was going to marry me, and I was so happy that I just didn't want to believe it when he said it wasn't so. I didn't want to believe that look in his eyes, so I pretended to myself that it didn't mean anything, but it does. It means everything. I'm sorry, Nadine, Kalin said softly. Nadine stood and set the tin cup on the side table. Tears streamed down her cheeks and dripped off the side of her jaw. Forgive me for coming in here like I did. He loves you, not me. He never loved me. I'm happy for you, Mother Confessor. You have a good man who will watch over you and protect you and always be kind. I know he will. Kalin stood and took Nadine's hand, giving it a comforting squeeze. Kalin. My name is Kalin. Kalin. Nadine still couldn't meet Kalin's eyes.
Does he kiss good? I always wondered. When I laid awake in bed, I always wondered.
When you love someone with all your heart, their kisses are always good.
I guess. I never had a good kiss. One I really enjoyed like the ones I've dreamed about anyway.
She smoothed the front of her dress as she made an effort to compose herself.
I wore this because blue is Richard's favorite color. You should know that. Blue is his favorite color dress.
I know, Kaelin whispered. Nadine pulled her bag closer.
I don't know what I'm thinking, forgetting my profession while I ramble on about what's over and done.
Nadine rummaged around in her bag, bringing out a small piece of a sheep's horn with a cork stopper in the square-cut end. The horn was marked with scratches and circles. She pulled the cork stopper and dipped in a finger, then lifted it to Kara. Kara backed away.
What do you think you are doing?
It's an unguent made from alm to take away the sting, and comfrey and yarrow to help stop the bleeding so the wound can heal smooth. The cut on your cheek is still oozing. If this doesn't stop the blood, then I have some foxglove, but I think this will do it. It's not only the ingredients, but how much of each, my pa says. That's the secret that makes the medicine work.
I don't need it, Kara said.
You're very pretty. You don't want to end up with a scar now, do you?
I have many scars. You just can't see them.
Where are they? Kara scowled, but Nadine didn't back away.
All right, Kara said at last. Use your herbs, if it will get you away from me. But I'm not undressing so you can peer at my scars.
Nadine smiled assurance, and then dabbed the brownish paste on Kara's cheek. This will take away the pain of the cut, but it's going to sting for just a minute, and then it will ease. Kara didn't so much as blink. It must have surprised Nadine, because she paused and looked at Kara's eyes before resuming her work. When she was finished, Nadine replaced the stopper in the horn and placed it back in her bag. Nadine glanced around the room.
I've never seen such a beautiful room. Thank you for letting me use it.
Of course. Do you need anything? Some supplies? Anything? Nadine shook her head, wiped her nose a last time, and stuffed the kerchief back in the pocket. She remembered the cup, downed the rest of the water, and put it in her bag, too.
It's a bit of a journey, but I have some silver left. I'll be fine.
She rested a hand on her bag as she stared down at her trembling fingers.
I never thought my journey would end like this. I'm going to be the laugh of Heartland, running off after Richard like I did.
She swallowed.
What's Pa going to say?
Did Shota tell him, too, that you were going to marry Richard?
No, I hadn't met Shota yet.
What do you mean? I thought she was the one who told you to come here, that you were to marry him.
Well, Nadine made a wincing smile. That wasn't exactly how it happened.
I see. Kaelin clasped her hands.
Well, exactly how did it happen? It will sound silly, like I'm some moonstruck girl lying. I suppose it doesn't matter. I started having these, well, I don't know what to call it. I'd see Richard, or rather I thought I saw Richard. I'd see him out of the corner of my eye, and I'd turn, but he wouldn't be there. Like one day when I was walking in the woods looking for new shoots, and I saw him standing beside a tree, so I stopped, but he was gone. Every time I knew he needed me. I didn't know how I knew, but I knew. I knew it was important, that he was in trouble of some sort. I never questioned it. I told my parents that Richard needed me, and I had to go help him.
And they believed you? They had faith in your visions? They simply let you set out?
Well, I never quite explained it to them. I just told them that Richard had sent me a message that he needed my help, and I was going to him. I guess that I might have kind of made them think I knew where I was going.
Kaelin was beginning to see that Nadine didn't explain things to anyone very well.
Then Shota came? No, then I left. I knew Richard needed me, and so I started out.
Alone?
You simply thought to march off and search the entire Midlands for him?
Nadine shrugged self-consciously.
It never occurred to me to wonder how I would find him. I knew he needed me, and I felt that it was important, so I left to go to him.
She smiled as if to reassure Kaelin.
I came right to him, straight as an arrow. It all worked out exactly right.
Her cheeks flushed.
Except the part about him wanting me, I mean. Nadine, had you been having any strange dreams, then or now?
Nadine brushed back a thick strand of hair.
Strange dreams? No strange dreams. You know, I mean no stranger than any dreams, just regular dreams.
What kind of regular dreams do you have? Well, you know, like when you dream that you're little again and lost in the woods and none of the trails lead you where you know they should. Or like when you dream that you can't find all the right ingredients for a pie, and so you go to a cave and borrow them from a bear that can talk, things like that. Just dreams. Dreams that you can fly or breathe underwater, crazy things. But just dreams, like I've always had, nothing different. Have they changed recently? No. If I remember them, they're the same sort of things. I see. I guess that all sounds pretty normal. Nadine pulled a cloak from her bag. Well, I guess I'd better get a start. With luck, I'll be home for the spring festival. Kalin frowned. You'll be lucky to make Midsummer Festival. Nadine laughed. I should think not. It can't take longer back than here. Just 2 weeks or so. I only left just after the moon's second quarter. It's not yet full. Kalin stared dumbly. 2 weeks. It had to have taken Nadine months to travel all the way from Westland, especially in the winter, when she would have had to have started, and especially across the wrong... I walked. Walked, Kalin repeated incredulously. Yes, but since I've left, I've had dreams of flying on a horse with wings. Kalin was having to work at keeping track of the shifting pieces of Nadine's story. She tried to think of how Richard would ask questions. It made her feel foolish when Richard put words to all the questions she should have asked Marlin but never thought of. Though he had taken the sting out of it by telling her that she had done the right thing, it still embarrassed her that she had found out next to nothing important from Marlin when she had had her chance. Confessors didn't need to know much about questioning people. Once she had touched a person with her power, a confessor simply asked the criminal to confess if they had truly committed the crimes they had been found guilty of. And if the answer was yes, which it always was, except in a couple of rare instances, then to recount the details. There was no art to it, and none needed. It was an infallible way of seeing to it that political dissenters weren't falsely executioned. Kalin was determined to do a better job of asking Nadine questions. When did Shota come to see you? You still haven't told me that part. Oh, well, she didn't exactly come to see me. I came across her up in the mountains. She had a lovely palace, but I never had the chance to go inside. I wasn't there long. I wanted to get to Richard. And what did Shota tell you? What were her words, her exact words? Let's see. Nadine pressed her first finger to her upper lip as she recollected. She welcomed me. She offered me tea. She said that I had been expected and had me sit with her. She made Samuel leave my bag when he tried to drag it away, and she told me not to be afraid of him. She asked where I was traveling, and I told her that I was going to my Richard, that he needed me. Then she told me things about Richard, things about his past that I would know about. It astonished me that she would know so much about him, but I thought that she must know him. And then she told me things about me that she would have no way of knowing, like longings and ambitions, being a healer, using my herbs, things like that. That's when I realized she was a mystic. I don't remember her exact words about any of that part. She told me that it was true about Richard needing me. She said that we were going to be married. She said that the sky had told her it was so. Nadine looked away from Kalin's eyes. I was so happy. I don't think I'd ever been that happy. The sky. What else? Then she said that she didn't want to delay my journey to Richard. She said that the wind hunts him, whatever that means, and that I was right that he needed me, and I should hurry and be on my way. She wished me luck. That's all? She must have said something else. No, that's all. Nadine buttoned her bag closed. Except she said a prayer for Richard, I think. What do you mean? What did she say? Her exact words. Well, when she turned away to go back to her palace, as I was getting up to leave, I heard her whisper, real solemn-like, "May the spirits have mercy on his soul." Kalin felt her arms under the white satin sleeves of her dress prickle with goose flesh. She only remembered to take a breath when she felt her lungs burning for want of air. Nadine hoisted her bag. Well, I've caused you enough grief. I'd best be on my way home. Kalin spread her hands. Look, Nadine, why don't you stay here for a while? Nadine paused with a bewildered look. Why? Kalin desperately searched for an excuse. Well, I wouldn't mind hearing stories about Richard when he was growing up. You could tell me about all the trouble he got himself into. She made herself smile encouragement. I'd really like that. Nadine shook her head. Richard wouldn't want me here. He'll be angry if he comes back and I'm still here. You didn't see the look in his eyes. Nadine, Richard isn't going to throw you out on your ear without letting you have a chance to rest up for a few days before you start back. Richard isn't like that. He said anything she needs. I think you could use a rest for a few days, more than anything else. Nadine shook her head again. No, you've already been more kind to me than I've a right to expect. You and Richard belong together. You don't need me around. But thank you for the offer. I can't believe how kind you are. It's small wonder Richard loves you. Any other woman in your place would have had me shaved, bald, and sent out of town in the back of a manure wagon. Nadine, I'd really like you to stay. Kaelin wet her lips. Please, she heard herself add. It might cause hard feelings between you and Richard. I don't want to be the cause of that. I'm not that kind of person. If it was a problem, I wouldn't have asked. Stay. At least for a few days, all right? You could stay right here in this room you like so much. I'd really like you to stay. Nadine studied Kaelin's eyes for a long moment. You really want me to stay? Really? Yes. Kaelin could feel her nails digging into her palms. Really. Well, to tell the truth, I'm not in a hurry to go home and confess my foolishness to my parents. All right, then, if you really want me to, I'll stay for a while. Thank you. Despite having important reasons for asking Nadine to stay, Kaelin couldn't help feeling like a moth flying into a flame. Chapter 8. Kaelin forced a smile. Good then, you'll stay. It will be nice to have you stay for a visit. We'll talk, you and I, about Richard. I mean, I'd like to hear your stories about him growing up. She realized she must sound like she was babbling and made herself stop. Nadine beamed. I can sleep in the bed? Don't be silly. Of course in the bed. Where else? I have a blanket and could sleep on the carpet so as not to... No, I won't have it. I've invited you to stay. I want you to feel at home, just like other guests who use this room. Nadine giggled. Then I'd be sleeping on the floor. I sleep on a pallet on the floor in the back room above our shop. Well, Kaelin said, here you will sleep in the bed. Kaelin glanced at Kara before going on. Later I'll show you around the palace if you'd like. But for now, why don't you just unpack some of your things and have a rest while Kara and I go see to some important business? Lord Rahl told us to stay away from Marlin. He's an assassin sent to kill Richard. There are things I need to know. I want to come too, then, Nadine said. She looked back and forth between Kaelin and Kara. I can't imagine anyone wanting to kill a person, much less Richard. I want to see what such a person looks like. I want to look into his eyes. Kaelin emphatically shook her head. It's not something you want to see. We need to question him, and it isn't likely to be pleasant. Really? Kara asked, her voice brightening. Why? Nadine asked. What do you mean? Kaelin held up a finger. Enough. I say this for your own good. Marlin is dangerous, and I don't want you down there. You are a guest. Please respect my wishes while you are a guest in my home. Nadine studied the floor at her feet. Of course, forgive me. I will tell the guards that you are a guest, and if you would like anything, to have some of your things washed, a bath, anything, just ask, and they will see that someone from the staff helps you. I'll be back after a while, and we can have dinner. We'll talk over dinner. Nadine turned to her bag on the bed. Sure, I didn't mean to meddle. I don't want to be in the way. Kaelin hesitantly touched a hand to the back of Nadine's shoulder. I didn't mean to sound like I was ordering you around. This business with someone trying to hurt Richard just has me on edge, that's all. I'm sorry I nearly bit your head off. You're a guest. Please enjoy our home as your own. Nadine smiled over her shoulder. I understand, thanks. She really was a beautiful young woman, attractive figure and face, and an innocent quality, despite what truths Kaelin feared she danced around. Kaelin could easily see why Richard would have been attracted to her. She wondered at what random wisp of fate had matched Richard with her instead of this one. Whatever the reason, she thanked the good spirits that it was so, and prayed fervently that it would remain so. More than anything, Kaelin wanted this perfidious gift from Shota to vanish. She wanted this tempting, beautiful, dangerous young woman away from Richard to just send Nadine away, if only she could do so. After telling the guards that Nadine was a guest,
and once Kalin and Kara had descended the carpeted stairs at the far end of the hall and were alone on the richly appointed landing, Kara seized Kalin's arm and spun her around to a halt. "Are you crazy? What are you talking about?" Kara gritted her teeth as she leaned closer. "A witch woman sends your man a wedding gift. It's the bride, and you invite her to stay." Kalin rubbed a thumb against the round, polished sphere of ironwood topping the newel post. "I had to. Isn't it obvious?" "What is obvious to me is that you should have done as the little strumpet suggested. You should have shaved her bald and sent her away in the back of a manure wagon." "She's a victim in this, too. She is Shota's pawn." "Her tongue has a distaste for the truth. She still wants your man. If you can't see that in her eyes, then you aren't the wise woman I thought you to be." "Kara, I trust Richard. I know he loves me. If there's one thing at the core of Richard's way of looking at things, it's trust and loyalty. I know my heart is safe in his hands. How would it look if I acted like a jealous woman and sent Nadine away? If I don't show my trust in him, then I'm not honoring his loyalty to me. I can't afford to even appear to betray his trust in me." Kara's scowl didn't so much as soften. "That bucket won't carry water for me. All that may be true, but that isn't why you asked Nadine to stay. You want to strangle her as much as I do. I can see it in your green eyes." Kalin smiled, trying to see herself in the dark, polished ironwood. She could only see a blur of her reflection. "Hard to fool a sister of the Aegeo. You're right. I had to ask Nadine to stay because there's something going on, something dangerous. The danger won't simply go away if I make Nadine leave." With a gloved hand, Kara wiped a strand of blonde hair back from her face. "Dangerous like what?" "Therein lies the problem. I don't know. And don't you dare even think of hurting her. I have to find out what's really going on, and in order to do that, I may need Nadine. I don't want to have to go hunting her when I could have kept her at hand and in sight in the beginning. Look at it this way. Would it have been the right thing to do to simply send Marlin away when he arrived and announced he wanted to kill Richard? Would that have solved the problem? Why are we keeping him around? To find out what's going on, that's why." Kara wiped at the unguent on her cheek as if it were a smudge of dirt. "I think you are inviting trouble to your bed." Kalin had to blink at the burning sensation in her eye. "I know. Me too. The obvious thing to do, the thing I ache to do, is to send Nadine away on the fastest horse I can find. But no problem is that easily solved, especially one sent by Shota." "You mean what Shota told Nadine about the wind hunting Lord Rahl?" "That's part of it. I don't know what it means, but it doesn't sound to me like it's something Shota dreamed up. Worse, though, is Shota's prayer. May the spirits have mercy on his soul. I don't know what she meant by that, but it terrifies me. That, and that I might be making the biggest mistake of my life. But what choice do I have? 2 people show up on the same day, one sent to kill him and the other sent to marry him. I don't know which is more dangerous, but I do know that neither can be simply dismissed. If someone is trying to stick a knife in your back, closing your eyes doesn't make you safe." Kara's face eased from that of a moored Sith to the softer features of a woman who understood another woman's fears. "I will watch her back. If she crawls into Lord Rahl's bed, I will throw her out before he ever finds her there." Kalin squeezed Kara's arm. "Thanks. Now let's get down to the pit." Kara didn't budge. "Lord Rahl said he does not want you down there." "And since when have you started following orders?" "I always follow his orders, especially the ones I know he means. He means this one." "Fine. You can watch over Nadine while I go down there." Kara snatched Kalin's elbow as she started to turn away. "Lord Rahl does not want you in danger." "And I don't want him in danger. Kara, I felt a fool when Richard asked me all those questions that we failed to ask Marlin. I want the answers to those questions." "Lord Rahl said he would ask them." "And he's not going to be back until tomorrow night. What happens in the meantime? What if something is going on, and it's too late to stop it by then? What if Richard is killed because we sat on our hands following his orders?" "Richard is afraid for me, and that's keeping him from thinking clearly. Marlin has information about what's going on, and it's foolhardy to let time pass while the danger grows. What was it you said to me before? Something about hesitation being the end of you? Or the end of those you care about, Richard? and I'm not going to risk his life by hesitating. I'm going to get the answers to those questions.
But then you are a sister of the Aegil. The orders were ill-advised, if not foolish. Mord Sith only follow Lord Ral's foolish orders when his male pride is at stake, not his life. We will go have a little discussion with Marlin and get the answer to every one of those questions and more. When Lord Ral comes back, we will be able to give him the information he needs, if we haven't already ended the threat.
Kaelin popped the palm of her hand against the round newel post. That's the Kara I know. As they went lower in the palace, below the levels with carpets and paneling, down to the narrow, low-ceilinged halls where light came only from lamps, and even lower where only torches lit the way, the air went from light and spring fresh to stale, and then to rank with a heavy smell of damp, moldy stone. Kaelin had walked those confining halls more times than she wished to recall. The pit was where they took confessions of the condemned. She had taken her first there, from a man who had killed his neighbor's daughters after committing unspeakable acts on them. Of course, each of those times she had been accompanied by a wizard. Now she was going to see a wizard being held there. When they had passed out of earshot of a squad of soldiers guarding an intersection with 2 stairwells, and before they reached the turn that would take them to the pit hall that would be crowded with all the soldiers she had stationed there, Kaelin glanced over. Kara was an attractive woman, but a woman with an air of menace about her as she swept the empty hall with vigilant gazes. "Kara, can I ask you a personal question?" Kara clasped her hands behind her back as she strode along. "You are a sister of the Aegil. Ask." "Before, you told me that hesitation can be the end of you or those you care about. You were talking about yourself, weren't you?" Kara slowed to a stop. Even in the hissing torchlight, Kaelin could see that her face had paled. "Now that is truly a personal question. You don't have to tell me. I don't mean it to sound like an order or anything. I was just wondering, woman to woman. You know so much about me, and I hardly know anything about you, except that you are Mord Sith." "I wasn't always Mord Sith," Kara whispered. Her eyes had lost the menace, and she looked like nothing so much as a frightened little girl. Kaelin could tell that Kara was no longer seeing the empty stone hall. "I guess that there is no reason not to tell you. As you said, I am not to blame for what was done to me. Others were responsible. Every year in Dahara, they would select a few girls to be trained as Mord Sith. It is said that the greatest cruelty is drawn from those with the kindest hearts. Rewards were paid for the names of girls who fit the requirements. I was an only child, one of the requirements, and of the right age. The girl and her parents are taken, the parents to be murdered in the training of a Mord Sith. My parents didn't know that our names had been sold to the hunters." Kara's face and tone had lost their emotion. She had gone blank, as if she were telling of last year's beet harvest. But her words, if not her tone, carried more than enough emotion. "My father and I were out back of the house butchering chickens. When they came, I had no idea what it meant. My father did. He saw them coming down the hill through the trees. He surprised them, but there were more than he had seen or could handle, and he had the advantage for only a few moments. He screamed at me, 'Kari, get the knife! Kari, get the knife!' I snatched it up because he said so. He was holding 3 of the men. My father was big. He screamed again, 'Kari, stab them, hurry!' Kara looked into Kaelin's eyes. I just stood there. I hesitated. I didn't want to stab someone, to hurt someone. I just stood there. I couldn't even kill the chickens. He did that part." Kaelin didn't know if Kara was going to go on. In the dead silence, she decided that if she didn't, the questions would end there. Kara looked away from Kaelin's eyes, staring off into the visions, and then she did go on. "Someone walked up beside me. I'll never forget it as long as I live. I looked up, and there was this woman, this beautiful woman, the most beautiful woman I had ever seen, with blue eyes and blonde hair and a long braid. The sunlight coming through the leaves danced in little patches across her red leather outfit. She smiled down at me as she took the knife out of my hand. Not a pretty smile, but a smile like a snake. That's what I always called her in my mind after that. Snake. When she straightened, she said, 'Isn't that sweet? Little Kari doesn't want to hurt anyone with her knife. That hesitation just made you a Mord Sith, Kara. It begins.' Kara stood rigid as if turned to stone.
They kept me in a little room with little grates in the bottom of the door. I couldn't get out, but the rats could get in. At night, when I finally could stay awake no longer and fell asleep, the rats would sneak into my empty little room and bite my fingertips and my toes. Snake beat me nearly to death for blocking the grate. Rats like blood. It excites them. I learned to sleep in a ball, with my hands in fists and tucked in against my belly, where they couldn't get at my fingers. But they could usually get at my toes. I tried taking my shirt off and wrapping it around my bare feet, but then if I didn't sleep on my stomach, they would bite my nipples. Laying bare-chested on the cold stone with my hands under my stomach was a torture in itself, but it usually kept me awake longer. If the rats couldn't get at my toes, they would bite me somewhere else, my ears or nose or legs, until I woke with a start and scared them away. In the night I could hear the other girls cry out when a rat bit them awake. I could always hear one of them weeping in the night, calling for her mother. Sometimes I realized it was my own voice I heard. Sometimes I would wake when rats scratched my face with their little claws, their whiskers brushing my cheeks as their cold little noses pressed against my lips, sniffing for a crumb. I thought to stop eating what they brought me, and left the bowl of gruel and slab of bread on the floor, hoping the rats would eat my dinner and leave me alone. It didn't work. The food only brought hordes of rats, and then, when it was gone, I always ate every scrap of dinner after that, when Snake brought it. Sometimes she would taunt me when she brought my dinner. She would say, "Don't hesitate, Kara, or the rats will get your dinner." I knew what she meant by saying, "Don't hesitate." It was her way of reminding me what my hesitation had cost me and my parents. When they tortured my mother to death in front of me, Snake said, "See what happens, Kara, because you hesitated, because you were too timid." We were taught that Darken Rahl was Father Rahl. We had no father but he. At my third breaking, when they told me to torture my real father to death, Snake told me not to hesitate. I didn't. My father begged for mercy. "Kari, please," he wept. "Kari, spare yourself becoming what they want." But I never hesitated. After that, my only father was Father Rahl. Kara brought her Aegil up and stared at it as she rolled it in her fingers. I earned my Aegil for that. The very same Aegil they trained me with. I earned the appellation Mord Sith. Kara looked back into Kalen's eyes as if from a great distance, not merely the 2 steps that separated them. From the other side of madness. A madness others had put there. Kalen felt as if she too was turned to stone by what she saw in the depths of those blue eyes. I have been Snake. I have stood in the dappled sunlight over young girls and taken the knife from their hands when they hesitated, not wanting to hurt anyone. Kalen had always hated snakes. She hated them more now. Tears tickled her face as they ran down her cheeks, leaving wet tracks. "I'm sorry, Kara," she whispered. Her stomach roiled. She wanted nothing more than to put her arms around the woman in red leather before her, but she couldn't make herself move so much as a finger. Torches hissed. In the distance, she heard muffled snippets of conversation from the guards. A soft ripple of laughter floated up the hall. Water weeping from the stone ceiling echoed as it splashed in a little green puddle not far away. Kalen could hear her own heart pounding in her ears. Lord Rahl freed us from that. Kalen remembered Richard telling her that he had almost wept at the sight of the other 2 Mord Sith giggling like little girls as they fed seeds to chipmunks. Kalen understood the leap that was a simple giggle. Richard understood the madness. Kalen didn't know if these women could ever return from it, but if they were to have a chance, it was only because of Richard. The iron returned to Kara's grim expression. "Let's go find out how Marlin planned to harm Lord Rahl. But don't expect me to be gentle if he hesitates in confessing every detail." Under Sergeant Collins's watchful eye, a Daharan soldier unlocked the iron door and backed away as if the rusty lock was the only thing protecting everyone in the palace from the sinister magic below in the pit. 2 more big soldiers effortlessly dragged the heavy ladder closer. Before Kalen could pull open the door, she heard approaching voices and footsteps. Everyone turned to look up the hall. It was Nadine, with 4 soldiers escorting her.
Nadine rubbed her hands together as if to warm them as she stepped through the ring of hulking leather-clad guards. Calen didn't return the woman's bright smile. "What are you doing down here?"
"Well, you said I was a guest. As pretty as your rooms are, I wanted to go for a walk. I asked the guards to show me the way down here. I want to see this killer."
"I told you to wait upstairs in your room. I told you that I didn't want you coming down here."
"Nadine to take a potion 3 times a day and to stay in bed? He very well drinks his medicine 3 times a day from his bed until I tell him he can leave it."
"I don't care who jumps when you speak," Calen said. "Here you jump when I speak. Do you understand?" Nadine pressed her lips together as she planted her fists on her hips.
"Now you look here. I've been cold and hungry and scared. I've been played for a fool by people I don't even know. I was minding my own business, going about my life, when I was sent on this pointless journey, only to arrive at a place where people treat me like a leper as my thanks for coming to help. I've been yelled at by people I don't know and humiliated by a boy I grew up with. I thought I was going to marry the man I wanted, but I had that rug yanked out from under my feet. He doesn't want me, he wants you. Well, so be it. Now someone is trying to kill the man I traveled all this way to see, and you tell me it isn't any of my business?"
She shook a finger at Calen.
"Richard Cypher saved me from Tommy Lancaster laying claim to me. If it wasn't for Richard, I'd be married to Tommy now. Instead, Tommy had to marry Rita Wellington. If it wasn't for Richard, I'd be the one with black eyes all the time. I'd be barefoot back at his shack and pregnant with the offspring of that pig-faced bully. Tommy ridiculed me for fixing herbs to help people. He said it was stupid for a girl to mix herbs. He said my father should have had a boy if he wanted someone to work in his shop touching herbs that sick people needed. I'd never have any hope of being a healer if it wasn't for Richard. Just because I'm not the one to be his wife, that doesn't mean that I don't care about him. I grew up with him. He's still a boy from my home. We take care of our own, like their family, even if they aren't. I have a right to know what danger he's in. I have a right to see what sort of man from your world would want to kill a boy from my home who's helped me."
Calen was in no mood to argue. She was also in no mood to spare the woman what she might see. She studied Nadine's brown eyes, trying to tell if what Kara had said, that Nadine still wanted Richard, was true. If it was, Calen couldn't tell simply by looking into her eyes. "You want to see a man who wants to kill us, Richard and me?" Calen gripped the lever and threw open the door. "Fine. You shall have your wish." She gestured to the men with the ladder. They pushed it through the opening and down into the darkness until it thudded in place. Calen yanked a torch from a bracket and thrust it in Kara's hand. "Let's show Nadine what she wishes to see." Kara checked Calen's resolve, found it rock solid, and then started down the ladder. Calen held her arm out in invitation. "Welcome to my world, Nadine. Welcome to Richard's world." Nadine's determination faltered for only an instant before she huffed and started down the ladder after Kara. Calen glanced around at the guards. "Sergeant Collins, if he comes up through this door before us, he had better not get out of this hall alive. He wants to kill Richard."
"On my word as a Daharan soldier, Mother Confessor, harm won't get a glimpse of Lord Rahl."
With a hand signal from Sergeant Collins, soldiers drew steel. Archers knocked arrows. Big hands unhooked crescent-bladed axes from weapon belts. Calen gave the sergeant a nod of approval, took another torch, and started down the ladder. Chapter 9. Dank, heavy air wafted up from the pit as Calen followed Nadine down the ladder. Using the hand with the torch to also hold the side of the ladder made her have to endure the heat of the flame near the side of her face. But she was almost happy for the smell of pitch, because it covered the stink of the air in the pit. Lower down, the wavering light from the torches lit more than the stone walls. They lit the dark figure in the center of the room. Calen stepped off the ladder as Kara rammed her torch into a bracket on the slime-covered wall. Calen slipped hers into one on the opposite wall. Nadine stood transfixed, looking at the man covered in dried blood hunched before them. Calen stepped past her to stand beside Kara. Kara's brow drew down as she peered at Marlin. His head hung forward and his eyes were closed. His breathing was deep, slow, and even. "He's asleep," Kara whispered. "Asleep?" Calen whispered back. "How can he be asleep while he's standing up like that?"
"I don't know. We always make new prisoners stand, sometimes for days.
With no one to talk to and nothing to do but consider their doom, it drains their resolve. Takes the fight right out of them. It's an insidious form of torment. I have had men beg to be beaten rather than have to stand alone hour after hour.
Marlin was snoring softly. How often does this happen? That they simply fall asleep? Kara put one hand on a hip as she wiped her mouth with the other.
I've had them fall asleep, but that wakes them for sure. If they move from the spot where we've told them to stand, the link brings on the pain. We don't have to be there. The link works no matter where we are. I have never even heard of a man falling asleep and remaining on his feet.
Kaylin looked over her shoulder, past Nadine and up the long ladder to the light coming through the doorway. She could see the tops of soldiers' heads, but none were so bold as to stare down into the pit, where there were apt to be deeds of magic. Nadine stuck her head between them.
Maybe it's a spell, magic of some sort.
She straightened, pulling her head back when she received only glares in answer. More out of curiosity than an attempt to wake him, Kara lightly jabbed Marlin's shoulder. She pushed her finger into his chest and his stomach.
Hard as a rock. His muscles are all locked rigid.
That must be how he's able to stand there like that. Maybe it's some sort of trick he learned as a wizard. Kara didn't seem convinced. With a twitch of her hand so slight Kaylin almost missed it, Kara spun her Aegil up into her fist. The pain Kaylin knew it caused her to hold her Aegil didn't show on her face. It never did. Kaylin snatched Kara's wrist. You don't need to do that. Just wake him. And don't use your link with his mind, his magic, to give him pain unless it's absolutely necessary. Unless I tell you so. Displeasure registered on Kara's face.
I think it's necessary. I can't have this. I can't hesitate to exert my control.
Kara, there is a great gulf between prudence and hesitation. This whole thing with Marlin has been more than odd from the first. Let's just take it one step at a time. You've said that you have control over him. Let's not be impetuous. Mouth. Kaylin felt her face go red. She knew that Denna sometimes awakened Richard like that before torturing him again. With a satisfied smirk, Kara drew back. Like a cat coming awake from a nap, Marlin's lid slid open. His eyes had that quality in them again, that quality that made Kaylin's very soul want to shrink back. This time she saw more than she had before. These eyes were not merely those of great age. These were eyes unvisited by fear. As he regarded the three of them with slow, unflinching, calculating deliberation, he bent his fisted hands back at the wrists and arched his back in a feline stretch. A depraved grin spread onto his face, a taint of wickedness expanding like blood seeping through white linen.
So, my two darlings have returned.
His disquieting eyes seemed to see more than they should, to know more than they should.
And they've brought a new bitch with them.
Marlin's voice had been almost boyish before. Now it was deep and gravelly, as if coming from a muscled man weighing twice as much. A voice steeped with unquestioned power and authority. It exuded invincibility. Kaylin had never heard such a dangerous voice. She retreated a step, clutching Kara's arm and pulling her back. Kara? Kaylin put a hand behind, forcing Nadine back as she withdrew another step. Kara, tell me you've got him. Tell me you have control. Kara was staring, mouth agape, at Marlin. What? She abruptly unleashed a powerful strike. Her armored fist only snapped his head a few inches to the side. It should have taken him from his feet. Marlin regarded her with a bloody smile. He spit out broken teeth.
Nice try, darling,
Marlin said in a rough voice.
But I've got control of your link with Marlin.
Kara rammed her Aegil in his gut. His body flinched with the jolt, his arms flopping ineffectually. His eyes, though, never lost the deadly look. The smile didn't falter as he watched her. Kara took 2 steps back on her own.
What's going on? Nadine whispered. What's wrong? I thought you said he was helpless.
Get out, Kara whispered urgently to Kaylin. Now. She glanced up the ladder. I'll hold him off. Lock the door.
Wanting to leave?
Marlin asked in the grating voice as they moved toward the ladder.
So soon, and before we've had a little talk. I've enjoyed listening to the talks you two have had. I've learned so much. I never knew about Mord Sith, but I do now. Kalen halted. What are you talking about? His predatory gaze moved from Kara to Kalen. I learned of your touching love for Richard Rahl. It was so thoughtful of you to reveal the limits of his gift. I suspected much of it, but you confirmed the extent. You also confirmed my suspicion that he would be able to recognize another with the gift, and that it would raise his suspicions. Even you were able to see something wrong in Marlin's eyes.
Who are you?
Kalen asked, as she pushed Nadine back with her toward the ladder. Marlin shook with a belly laugh. Why, none other than your worst nightmare, my little darlings.
Jagang? Kalen whispered incredulously. Is that it? Are you Jagang?
The belly laugh boomed around the stone walls of the pit.
You have me cornered, I confess. It is I, the Dream Walker himself. I've borrowed this poor fellow's mind just so I could pay you a little visit.
Kara slammed her Aegil against the side of his neck. A puppet arm swept her aside. Kara returned almost instantly, crashing into his kidneys, trying to take him down. He didn't budge. With jerky movements, he reached down, caught her braid, and flung her back against the wall behind him as if she were a stick doll. Kalen winced at the sound of Kara smacking the stone. She rolled face down on the floor, blood soaking into her blonde hair. Kalen shoved Nadine toward the ladder. Get out! Nadine seized a rung on the ladder. What are you going to do? I've seen enough. This ends now. Kalen went for Marlin, or Jagang, or whoever it was. She had to end it with her power. Screaming, Nadine shot past Kalen and across the floor as if she were sliding across ice. Marlin caught the flailing woman, spun her around, and gripped her by the throat in one hand. Nadine, her eyes wide, choked for air. Kalen skidded to a halt as Marlin twitched up a cautionary finger.
Tut, tut. I'll crush her throat.
Kalen retreated a step. Nadine gulped air when he released the pressure. One life. For all those you will otherwise kill? Do you think the Mother Confessor would be unwilling to make such a choice? At Kalen's words, Nadine, in renewed panic, writhed in his grip, her fingers digging frantically at his hands. Even if Marlin didn't crush her throat, he was touching her, and if Kalen took him with her power, Nadine would be lost too.
Perhaps you would, but don't you want to know what I'm doing here, darling? Don't you want to know my plans for your love, the great Lord Rahl?
Kalen turned and screamed up the shaft of light. Collins, shut the door! Lock it! Above, the door slammed shut. Only the spitting torches remained to light the pit. The sound of the door clanging shut added its echo to the hissing torches. Kalen turned back to Marlin. Keeping her eyes on him, she began slowly edging around the room. What are you? Who are you?
Well, actually, that's a difficult philosophical question to answer in terms you would understand. A dream walker is able to slip into the infinite spaces of time between thoughts. When a person, who they are, their very essence, doesn't exist and inhabit that person's mind. What you see before you is Marlin, a loyal little lapdog of mine. I'm the flea on his back that he brought into your house with him. He is a host, which I thought to use for certain things.
Nadine thrashed against her captor, causing him to squeeze tighter to maintain his grip. Kalen pursed her lips and urged her to shush. If she continued fighting him, she would get herself strangled. As if snatching the lifeline of Kalen's command, Nadine stilled in his grip, and was able at last to pull breaths. Your host will shortly be a dead host, Kalen said.
He's expendable. Unfortunately for you, the damage has already been done, thanks to Marlin.
With a furtive glance to the side, Kalen checked her slow progress toward the face-down Kara. Why? What has he done?
Why, Marlin has brought you and Richard Rahl down for me. Of course, you have yet to suffer what I have wrought, but he has done it. I had the privilege of witnessing the glory of it.
What have you done? What are you doing here in Adendril? Jagang chuckled.
Why, I've been enjoying myself. Yesterday, I even went to watch a Jala game. You were there. Richard Rahl was there. I saw you both. I wasn't pleased to see that he changed the Brock, replacing it with a lightweight one. He's turned it into a game for the weak. It's meant to be played with a heavy ball and by the strongest, the most aggressive and brutish players, those with the true lust to win. Do you know what Ja-La means, darling?
Kaelin shook her head as she ran through a list of her options and priorities. Foremost on the list was using her power to stop this man before he escaped the pit, but first she had to find out all she could, if they were to stop his plans. She had already failed once at that task. She couldn't fail again.
It's from my native tongue. The full and proper name is Ja-La Djinn, the game of life. I don't like the way Richard Rahl corrupted it.
Kaelin had almost reached Kara. So you infested this man's mind so that you could come and watch children play a game? I thought that the great and all-powerful Emperor Jagang would have better things to do.
Oh, I've had better things to do, much better.
His grin was maddening.
You see, you thought I was dead. I wanted you to know that you failed to kill me at the Palace of the Prophets. I wasn't even there. I was enjoying the charms of a young woman at the time, actually. One of my newly captured slaves.
You came for some other reason. You were here with the Sister of the Dark.
Sister Amelia had a little task to perform, but I'm afraid she's no longer a Sister of the Dark.
Kaelin's foot touched Kara. Why didn't you tell us all this before, when we first captured Marlin? Why wait until now?
Well, I had to wait until Amelia returned with what I sent her for. I'm not one to take chances, you see. Not anymore.
And what did she steal from Adendril for you? Jagang chuckled derisively.
Oh, not from Adendril, darling.
Kaelin squatted down beside Kara. Why would she no longer be sworn to the Keeper? Not that I'm unhappy about it, but why would she betray her oath?
Because I placed her in a double bind. I gave her the choice of being sent to her master, where she would suffer for eternity at his merciless hands for her past failure with your love, or to betray him and escape his grasp for now, only to intensify his anger for later. And, darling, you should be unhappy about it. Very unhappy, as it will be the downfall of Richard Rahl.
Kaelin forced herself to speak. An empty threat.
I don't make empty threats.
His smile widened.
Why do you think I went to all this trouble? Careful, Mother Confessor, or you'll be denying yourself hearing the rest of it.
Kaelin stepped back. Nadine gasped for air.
That's better, darling. You see, Richard Rahl thought that by destroying the Palace of the Prophets, he kept me from gaining the knowledge it contained.
Marlin's puppet finger waggled.
At the time of the Great War. Among them, I found one that will be Richard Rahl's undoing. It is an extraordinarily rare type of prophecy, called a bound fork. It enforces a double bind on its victim. I have invoked the prophecy.
Kaelin didn't have the slightest idea what he was talking about. She quickly squatted and lifted Kara's head. Kara scowled up at her.
You idiot, Kara whispered under her breath. I'm fine. Leave me, get answers. Then signal and I will use my link to kill him.
Kaelin dropped Kara's head and stood. She started inching back toward the ladder. You're talking babble, Jagang. She moved more quickly, hoping Jagang would think she had found Kara dead. She was halfway to the ladder, although she had no intention of trying to escape. She intended to unleash her power on him, Nadine or no Nadine. I don't know anything about prophecy. You're making no sense.
Well, darling, it's like this. Either Richard Rahl lets the firestorm of what I have wrought rage out of control, fulfilling one fork of the prophecy, in which case it kills him too, or he tries to stop what I have done, fulfilling the other fork of the prophecy. On that fork, he is destroyed. See, he can't win, no matter which he chooses. Only one of two events can now evolve. Only one of the two forks. He has the power to choose which one, but either will be his doom.
You are a fool. Richard will choose neither. Jagang roared with laughter.
Oh, but he will. I've already invoked the prophecy through Marlin. Once invoked, there is no turning back from a bound fork prophecy. But enjoy your delusions, if it will please you. It will make the fall all that much more painful."
Kaelin paused in her tracks.
"I don't believe you."
"You will. Oh, yes, you will."
"Empty threats. What proof have you?"
"Proof will come on the red moon."
"There is no such thing. You are full of empty threats." Kaelin lifted a finger toward him as her fear dissolved in the heat of rage. "But I want you to know of my threat, Jagang, and it is not empty. I have seen the bodies of the women and children you ordered slaughtered in Ebenesia, and I swore undying vengeance on your imperial order. Even prophecy will not stop us from defeating you." If nothing else, she needed to at least provoke him into revealing the prophecy. If they knew it, perhaps they could thwart it. "That is my prophecy to you, Jagang. Unlike your pretend prophecy, it has words to it." His belly laugh echoed around the pit.
"Pretend. Let me show you the prophecy, then."
One of Marlin's hands lifted. Lightning exploded in the pit. Kaelin covered her ears as she ducked, hunching to protect her head. Stone chips howled through the air. She felt a sharp pain as one sliced across her arm and another speared the side of her shoulder. She felt the sickening feeling of warm blood soaking down her sleeve. Above their heads, the lightning jumped and leaped across the wall, incising the stone, leaving in its wake lettering she could just see through the blinding flashes. The crash of lightning cut off, leaving jagged after-images across her vision, the smell of dust and smoke choking her lungs, and the cacophony echoing in her head.
"There you go, darling."
Kaelin rose to her feet, squinting up at the wall. "Gibberish. That's all it is. It means nothing."
"It's in High Daharan. According to the records, in the last war, we had captured a wizard, a prophet, and of course, since he was loyal to the House of Ral, my ancestor Dreamwalkers were denied access to his mind. So they tortured him. In a delirious state and missing half his intestines, he gave forth this prophecy. Have Richard Ral translate it."
He leaned toward her with a venomous sneer.
"Though I doubt he will want to tell you what it says."
He pressed a kiss against Nadine's cheek.
"Well, it's been delightful, my little journey, but I'm afraid Marlin must be going. Too bad for you that the Seeker wasn't here with his sword. That would have ended it for Marlin."
"Kara!" Kaelin went for him, mentally beseeching the good spirit's forgiveness for what she was going to have to do to Nadine, too. Kara sprang up. With impossible strength, Jagang heaved Nadine through the air. The woman cried out as she tumbled violently into Kaelin. Kaelin landed with a grunt onto her back on the stone. Her vision prickled with floating dots of light. She couldn't feel anything. She feared it might have broken her back. But sensation returned with tingling pain when she twisted to the side. She gasped to get her wind back as she struggled to sit up. Kara on the far side of the room let out a shrill, piercing scream. She crumpled to her knees, covering her ears with her forearms as she shrieked. Marlin leaped onto the ladder as she and Nadine wrestled to untangle themselves from each other. Marlin, hands and feet to each side of the ladder, sprang up in spurts like a cat going up a tree. The torches puffed out, plunging them into darkness. Jagang laughed as he ascended. Kara screamed as if she were being torn limb from limb. Kaelin finally managed to shove Nadine aside and shuffle on her hands and knees toward the sound of Jagang's mocking laughter. She could feel blood soaking all the way down her sleeve. The iron door exploded outward, clanging against the stone on the other side of the hall, the sound resonating with a boom through the halls. A man cried out as it crushed him. With the door gone, a shaft of light bathed the ladder. Kaelin scrambled to her feet and went for it. As she stretched up for the ladder, the pain in her shoulder caused her recoil with a cry. She reached up and yanked out the sharp shard of stone. The blood dammed behind it, gushed from the wound. Fast as she could, Kaelin scuttled up the ladder in pursuit of Marlin. She had to stop him. There was no one else who could do it. With Richard gone, she was the magic against magic for all these people. Her wounded arm shook with the effort, and she could barely grasp the ladder. "Hurry!" Nadine called up from right behind. "He'll get away!" From below, Kara's shrieks seared Kaelin's nerves. Kaelin had once felt the awesome agony of an Aegil for a fraction of a second. Mord Sith endured the same pain whenever they held their Aegil, yet not the slightest grimace ever registered on their faces. Mord Sith lived in a world of pain. Years of torture had disciplined them in their ability to disregard it.
Kaelin couldn't imagine what it would take to cause a Mord Sith to scream like that. Whatever was happening to Kara, it was killing her. There was no doubt in Kaelin's mind. Kaelin's foot slipped through a rung. Her shin bone whacked painfully against the rung above. She yanked her leg back in a rush to get to Jagang. Her flesh grazed the side, catching and driving a long splinter into her calf. She cursed in pain and charged up the ladder. Clambering through the opening at the top, she slipped and fell to her hands and knees in a chaos of viscera. Sergeant Collins stared up at her with dead eyes. Jagged white ends of rib bones stuck up, holding back the ripped leather and mail of his uniform. His entire torso was rent from his throat to his groin. A dozen or so men writhed in agony on the floor. Others were still as death. Swords were embedded to their hilts in the stone walls. Axes lodged there too, as if stuck in soft wood. An enemy with magic had scythed through these men, but not without cost. Close by lay an arm, severed above the elbow. By what it was wearing, she recognized it as Marlin's. The fingers of the hand clenched and unclenched with measured regularity. Kaelin pushed herself up and turned to the door. She clasped wrists with Nadine and helped her up into the hall. "Careful!" Nadine gasped at the bloody sight. Kaelin expected her to faint or scream hysterically. She didn't. Men bristling swords, axes, pikes, and bows were charging up the hall from the left. The hall to the right was empty, silent and dark, beyond a lone torch. Kaelin went right. To her credit, Nadine chased right after her. The screams coming from the pit sent shivers up Kaelin's spine. Chapter 10. Beyond the last hissing torch, the hall disappeared into blackness. A soldier lay in a crumpled heap to the side, like dirty laundry waiting to be collected. His blackened sword lay in the center of the hall, its blade fractured into a tangled fray of twisted steel strips. Kaelin paused and studied the still silence ahead. Just as there was nothing to be seen, there was nothing to be heard. Marlin could be anywhere, hiding around any intersection, crouched in any corner, with Jagang's self-satisfied smirk on his face as he lingered in the darkness to put an end to the pursuit. "Nadine, stay here." "No! I told you, we protect our own. He wants to kill Richard." "I'll not let him get away with it, not as long as I have a chance to help." "The only chance you will have is to get yourself killed." "I'm going." Kaelin had neither the time nor desire to argue. If Nadine was going to go, at least she could make herself useful. Kaelin needed her hands free. "Then grab that torch." Nadine yanked it from the bracket and waited expectantly. "I have to touch him," Kaelin told her. "If I touch him, I can kill him." "Who, Marlin or Jagang?" Kaelin's heart pounded against her ribs. "Marlin. If Jagang could get into his mind, I expect he can get out. But who knows? If nothing else, at least Jagang will be gone, and his minion will be dead. That will end it for now." "That's what you were trying to do back in the pit? What did you mean about making a choice, one life for all the others?" Kaelin grabbed her face, squeezing her cheeks. "You listen to me. This isn't just some Tommy Lancaster wanting to rape you. This is a man who is trying to kill us all. I have to stop him. If anyone else is touching him when I do, they will be destroyed along with him. If you or anyone else is touching him, I won't hesitate. Do you understand? I can't afford to hesitate. Too much is at stake." Nadine nodded. Kaelin released her. She redirected her anger to the task at hand. She could feel blood dripping from the ends of the fingers of her left hand. She didn't think she could lift her left arm, and she needed her right arm to touch Marlin. At least Nadine could hold a torch for her. Kaelin hoped that she wasn't making a mistake, hoped that Nadine wouldn't slow her. She hoped she wasn't letting Nadine come for the wrong reasons. Nadine took Kaelin's right hand and placed it to her bleeding left shoulder. "We don't have time to fix this now. Hold that wound closed as tight as you can until you need your hand, or you'll lose too much blood and not be able to do what you must." A bit chagrined, Kaelin squeezed the wound. "Thanks. If you're going to come, then stay behind me and just light the way. If soldiers can't stop him, you can't hope to do better. I don't want you getting hurt for nothing." "Got it. Right behind you." "Just remember what I said and don't get in my way." Kaelin stretched up, looking back behind Nadine to the soldiers. "Use arrows or spears if you get a shot, but stay behind me. Get some more torches. We need to corner him." Some of them trotted back to retrieve torches as Kaelin started away. Nadine held her torch out ahead of her as she trotted to keep up.
The flame fluttered and roared in the wind of their flight, illuminating the walls, ceiling, and floor for a short distance around them, creating an undulating island of light in a sea of blackness. Close behind, men with torches created their own islands of light. Heavy breathing echoed through the hall as they ran, along with the thud of boots, the jangle of chainmail, the clang of steel, and the roar of flame. Above it all in her mind, Kaelin could still hear Kara's screams. Kaelin halted at an intersection, panting to get her breath as she looked ahead and then down the corridor that branched to the right. "Here!" Nadine pointed to blood on the floor. "He went this way." Kaelin looked up the dark hall ahead. It led to the stairwells and up into the palace. The other corridor that branched off to the right led under the palace in a labyrinth of storerooms, abandoned areas once used in the excavation of the bedrock the palace was built atop, access tunnels to inspect and maintain the foundation walls, and drainage tunnels for the springs the builders had encountered. At the ends of the drainage tunnels, massive stone grates let the water out through the foundation walls, but prevented anyone from getting in. "No," Kaelin said. "This way, to the right." "But the blood," Nadine protested. "He went this way." "We've seen no blood until this place. The blood is a diversion. That way leads up into the palace. Jagang went this way, to the right, where there are no people." Nadine followed after as Kaelin started down the corridor to the right. "But why would he care if there are people? He killed and wounded all those soldiers back there." "And they managed to take off an arm. Now Marlin is wounded. Jagang won't care if we kill Marlin, but on the other hand, if he can escape, then he can use Marlin to cause more harm." "What more harm could he cause than hurting people? Hurting all those people upstairs and the soldiers?" "The Wizard's Keep," Kaelin said. "Jagang doesn't have command of magic other than his ability as a dreamwalker, but he can use a person with the gift. From what I've seen so far, though, he doesn't know much about using another's magic. The things he did back there, simple use of air and heat, are far from inventive for a wizard. Jagang only thinks to do the simplest of things with their magic, things of brute force. That is to our advantage. If I were him, I would try to get to the keep and use the magic there to cause the most destruction I could." Kaelin turned down an ancient stairwell carved from rock, taking the steps two at a time. At the bottom, the rough tunnel-like hall ran in two directions. She turned to the soldiers still racing down the stairs behind. "Split up, half each way. This is the lowest level. When you encounter more junctures, cover them all. Remember which way you went at each turn, or you could be lost down here for days. You've seen what he can do. If you find him, don't take a chance trying to take him. Post sentries so we know if he backtracks, and then send runners to come get me." "How will we find you?" one asked. Kaelin looked to the right. "At every choice, I'll take the one to the right, so you can follow where I went. Now hurry. I think he's headed for any opening out of the palace he can find. We can't let him get out. If he gets to the keep, he can get through shields there that I can't." With Nadine and half the men, Kaelin rushed on through the dank hall. They encountered several rooms, all empty, and before long several more corridors. At every branch, she divided the men and took her continually dwindling force to the right. "What's the Wizard's Keep?" Nadine asked, as they moved on through the darkness. "It's a massive fortress, a stronghold where wizards used to live. It predates the Confessor's Palace." Kaelin lifted a hand, indicating the palace above them. "In ages long forgotten, nearly everyone was born with the gift. Over the last 3,000 years, the gift has been dying out in the race of man." "What's in the keep?" "Living quarters long abandoned, libraries, rooms of every sort, and things of magic are stored there. Books, weapons, things like that. Shields protect important or dangerous parts of the keep. Those without magic can't pass through any of the shields. Since I was born with magic, I can pass through some of them, but not all. The keep is vast. It makes the Confessor's Palace look like a cramped cottage by comparison. In the Great War 3,000 years ago, the keep was filled with wizards and their families. Richard says it was a place filled with laughter and life. At that time, the wizards had both subtractive and additive magic. And now they don't? No. Only Richard has been born with both sides. There are places in the keep that I and the wizards I grew up with could not enter because the shields are so powerful. There are other places that have not been entered in thousands of years because they are shielded with both sides of the magic. No one could get past the shields. But Richard can. I fear Marlin can too. Sounds a dreadful place. I've spent a good portion of my life there studying books of language and learning from the wizards.
I never thought of it as anything but part of my home. Where are these wizards now? Can't they help us? They all killed themselves at the end of last summer, in the war with Dark and Rahl. Killed themselves? How awful. Why would they do that? Kalen was silent for a moment as they moved relentlessly onward into the darkness. It all seemed a dream from another life. We needed to find the first wizard, to have him appoint the Seeker of Truth to stop Dark and Rahl. Zed was the first wizard. He was in Westland, on the other side of the boundary. The boundary was linked to the underworld, the world of the dead, so no one was able to cross it. Dark and Rahl was also hunting Zed. It took all the wizards to conjure magic to get me through the boundary to go after Zed. If Dark and Rahl had captured the wizards, he might have used his vile magic to make them confess what they knew. To give me the time to have a chance to succeed, the wizards killed themselves. Dark and Rahl still managed to send assassins after me. That was when I met Richard. He protected me. Blunt Cliff? Nadine said in questioning amazement. There were 4 huge men found dead at the bottom of the cliff. They had leather uniforms and weapons of every sort. No one had ever seen men like them before. That was them. What happened? Kalen gave her a sidelong glance. Something like you and your experience with Tommy Lancaster. Richard did that? Richard killed those men? Kalen nodded. 2 of them. I took another with my power, and he killed the last. Those were probably the first men Richard had ever encountered, who wanted to do more to him than simply give him a beating when he chose to protect someone. To protect me. Richard has had to make a lot of hard choices since that day on Blunt Cliff. For what seemed hours, but she knew couldn't be more than 15 or 20 minutes, they continued on into the dark, stinking halls. The stone blocks were larger, some so huge that single blocks ran from floor to ceiling. They were roughly cut, but fit with no less precision than the other mortarless joint work elsewhere in the palace. The halls were wetter, too, with water running down the walls in places, draining into small, tiled weep holes at the edges of the floor that had a crown to direct the water to the drains. Some of the drains were plugged with debris, allowing shallow pools to form. Rats used the tiled drains as tunnels. They squeaked and scurried away at the approach of light and sound, some taking to the drains, some running on ahead. Kalen thought again of Kara and wondered if she was still alive. It seemed too cruel that she should die before having a chance to taste life without the madness that shadowed her. A series of connecting tunnels finally reduced Kalen's company to Nadine and 2 men. The way was so narrow that they had to proceed single file. The low, arched ceiling forced them to trot in a crouch. Kalen saw no blood. Jagang probably used his control of Marlin's mind to cut the flow, but in several places she did see that the slime on the wall was smeared in horizontal streaks. As low and narrow as the passageway was, it would be difficult to avoid grazing the close walls. Kalen brushed against the wall more than she wished to. It hurt her shoulder when the knuckles of her hand over the wound struck the slimy stone. Marlin, Jagang, had to have been through the passageway and brushed against the same wall. She felt both a rush of heady relief that she was on his tail and terror at the prospect of catching him. The arched passageway narrowed again and the ceiling became even lower. They had to hunch into a deep crouch to proceed. The flames from the torches folded to lap at the stone close overhead, and the smoke billowed along the ceiling, burning their eyes. As the passageway started into a steep descent, they all slipped and fell more than once. Nadine skinned her elbow as she fell on it while maintaining a grip on the torch. Kalen slowed but didn't stop as one of the soldiers helped Nadine regain her feet. The other 3 quickly caught up. Ahead, Kalen heard the rush of water. The narrow passageway opened into a large tubular tunnel. Water rushed in a torrent down the round tunnel that was part of the drainage system below the palace. Kalen paused at the edge. "What now, Mother Confessor?" one of the soldiers asked. "Stick to the plan. I'll go with Nadine downstream to the right. You 2 go upstream to the left." "But if he's trying to get out, he would have gone to the right," the soldier said. "He would hope to get out where the water does. We should go with you." "Unless he knows we're after him, and he's trying to send us the wrong way. You 2 go left. Come on, Nadine." "In there? The water must be waist deep." "A little more, I'd say. It's run off from the spring melt. It's usually no more than a foot or 2 deep. There are stepping stones along the other side, but they're just underwater now. In the center of where this passageway opens into the drain tunnel, there will be an oblong stone to step across on. Kaelin stretched and stepped out, putting a foot into the center of the torrent and onto the flat stone just under the surface of the water. She lifted her other leg across the rushing water, testing until her foot found one of the stones against the far wall. She clasped a hand with Nadine and boosted herself across. Standing on the stone, the water was only ankle deep, but it quickly soaked through the lacing and filled her boots. It was ice cold. "See?" Kaelin's voice echoed, and she hoped it didn't carry far. "But be careful. It isn't an unbroken walkway. The stones are spaced apart." Kaelin moved to the next stepping stone and gave Nadine a hand across. She gestured to the men to go up the tunnel. They crossed and moved quickly off into the darkness. Soon the light from the men's torches vanished around a bend, and Kaelin was left with Nadine in the dim light of a single torch. Kaelin hoped it would last long enough. "Careful now," she said to Nadine. Nadine cupped her ear. It was hard to hear over the roar of the water. Kaelin put her mouth close and repeated the admonition. She didn't want to yell and alert Jagang if he was close. Even if the torch had been brighter, they wouldn't have been able to see far. The drainage tunnel twisted and turned on its way down and out of the palace underground. Kaelin had to put a hand to the cold, slimy stone wall in order to keep her balance. In several places, the tunnel took a steep descent, the stones along the side following it down like a stairway down through a roaring rapid. Icy water misted the air and soaked them to the skin. Even in the flatter sections, running was impossible, as they had to step carefully from stone to stone. If they went too fast and missed a step, they could break an ankle. Down in the tunnel, in the water, with Jagang somewhere about, would be a very bad place to be hurt. The blood running afresh down Kaelin's arm reminded her that she was already hurt. But at least she could walk. That was when Nadine squealed from behind and went into the water. "Don't lose the torch!" Kaelin screamed. Nadine, chest deep in the rushing water, thrust the torch up in the air to keep it from being doused. Kaelin snatched her wrist and strained against the drag of the water as the current swept Nadine past. There was nothing for Kaelin to grab hold of with her other hand. She hooked the heels of her boots over the edge of the stepping stone to keep from being pulled off. Nadine thrashed with her other hand, searching for one of the stepping stones. She found one and grasped it. With Kaelin's help, she pulled herself back up. "Dear spirits, that water is cold." "I told you to be careful." A rat, I think, grabbed my leg," she said, trying to catch her breath. "I'm sure it was dead. I've seen others float past. Now be careful." Nadine nodded in embarrassment. Because she had been swept past Kaelin, Nadine was now in the lead. Kaelin didn't see how they could change places without a struggle, so she motioned Nadine on. Nadine turned to start out. Suddenly, a huge shape erupted from the black depths. Water sluiced from Marlin as he bobbed up and snatched Nadine's ankle with his one hand. She shrieked as she was yanked feet first into the inky water. Chapter 11. On her way down, Nadine swung the torch and caught Marlin square across the bridge of his nose. He let go of her as he madly groped to wipe the burning pitch from his eyes. The current swept him away. Kaelin gripped Nadine's arm, still holding the torch above the water, and helped her back up on the stepping stone for a second time. They flattened themselves against the wall, gulping air and shaking in shock. "Well," Kaelin said at last, "at least we know which way he went." Nadine was shivering violently from her second dunking. Her hair was plastered to her head and neck. "I can't swim. Now I know why I never wanted to learn. I don't like it." Kaelin smiled to herself. The woman had more pluck than she would have thought. Her smile wilted when she remembered why Nadine was there and who had sent her. Kaelin realized that in the surprise of the ambush, she had missed her chance to get Jagang. "Let me go first." Nadine held the torch up with both hands. Kaelin put her arms around Nadine's waist as they twisted around on tiptoes to change places on the stone. The woman was as cold as a fish in winter. Kaelin wasn't much warmer from being in the frigid tunnels with the icy water lapping around her ankles. Her toes were numb. "What if he swims upstream and escapes?" Nadine asked, her teeth chattering. "I don't think that likely with only one arm. He was probably holding a stone, keeping just his face above the surface as he lurked in the water waiting for us." "And what if he does it again?" "I'm in front now. It will be me he grabs hold of, and that will be the last mistake he makes." And what if he waits until you pass and pops up and grabs me again? Then hit him harder the next time. I hit him as hard as I could. Kaelin smiled and gave Nadine a reassuring squeeze on her arm. I know you did. You did the right thing. You did well. They inched along the wall, passing several more gentle turns, watching the water the whole time for Marlin's face peering up at them. Both started at things they saw in the water, but it always turned out to be nothing more than pieces of flotsam. The torch was sputtering more and looked to be near its end. The drains all led outside, and they had traveled a goodly distance in this one. Kaelin knew that the tunnel must end soon. She realized the thought was more hope than knowledge. As a girl, she had explored the tunnels and drains down here, though not when they had been so swollen with runoff, and although she had a good idea of where she was, she didn't know their exact location. She remembered that some drainage tunnels seemed to go on forever. As they moved along, the sound of the roaring water seemed to change pitch. Kaelin wasn't sure what that meant. Ahead, the tunnel bent to the right. A thump that she could feel in her chest more than hear made her stop. She held out a hand, not only to halt Nadine, but to signal silence. The wet stone of the walls ahead brightened, glistening with a reflected bluish glow from something beyond the bend. A low howl rose in pitch until they could hear it clearly over the rush of the water. A boiling ball of flame exploded from around the bend. Raging yellow and blue flame filling the entire tunnel tumbled as it raced toward them with a wail. Liquid fire seething with all-consuming menace. Wizard's fire. Kaelin snatched Nadine by the hair. Hold your breath! Pulling Nadine with her, Kaelin dived into the water just ahead of the angry fury of roiling flame. The icy water was such a shock that she almost gasped it in. Under the churning water, it was difficult to tell up from down. Kaelin opened her eyes. She saw the wavering glow of the inferno overhead. Nadine was struggling to get to the surface. Kaelin jammed her left hand against the underside of a stepping stone to hold herself under, and with her good arm held Nadine under with her. Nadine, in the panic of drowning, fought to escape. Panic clawed at Kaelin, too. When everything went black, Kaelin, her lungs burning for air, thrust her head above the water, pulling Nadine up with her. Nadine choked and coughed as she gasped. Long, sodden strands of hair covered both their faces. Another tumbling ball of wizard's fire raced up the tunnel. "Get a big breath!" Kaelin screamed. She sucked a deep breath herself and went under, dragging Nadine down with her. They went under without an instant to spare. Kaelin knew that given a choice, Nadine would have chosen to die in the fire rather than drown, but the water was their only chance. Wizard's fire burned with deadly determination, with the resolve of the wizard who conjured it. They couldn't keep doing this. The water was so cold she was shivering uncontrollably already. She knew that cold water by itself could kill a person. They couldn't stay in the water. It would end up killing them as sure as the wizard's fire. They couldn't get to Jagang through Marlin's wizard's fire. If they were to reach him in time, there was only one way. They would have to go under the fire, under the water.